to our principal legal counsel so that he can cross-check them alongside the copies which we have. As you do so, I want to bring you to speed on the reason why we called you. Mr. Timothy, you are before the Committee on Appointments, which is established under Standing Order number 184 of the Kitui County Assembly Standing Orders, pursuant to Article 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Article 185 of our Constitution provides that a county assembly, while respecting the principle of separation of powers, may exercise oversight over the county executive committee and other county executive organs. What we are doing here, we are oversighting the county executive. The organ we are oversighting is the selection panel, which interviewed you, and your names were brought to us. That's an organ of the county government of Kitui, and we have a constitutional duty to oversight. So this vetting is part of our oversight mandate as an assembly. We have also called you pursuant to Section 4 of the Public Appointments into bracket County Assemblies Approval Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, which provides that an appointment under the Constitution or any other law for which the approval of the County Assembly is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved by the relevant County Assembly in accordance with this Act. I want to confirm to you, Mr. Timothy, that His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Julius Makoma Lombe, submitted a communication, or rather a message to the Assembly on 5th of August 2025, nominating yourself for the position of County Attorney. That was on 5th of August. The following day, on 6th of August, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui communicated the Governor's message to the Assembly and further committed the same to the Committee on Appointments for vetting and making of relevant recommendations to the Assembly. So our work is to vet you, prepare a report, submit to the whole House. It is only the whole House which can approve, which you can approve you for subsequent appointment. I'm sure you are conversant with the County Attorneys Act, which establishes your office, and yourself being a lawyer, I expect you to be fully aware of the provision of the County Attorneys Act. The law requires us in Section 7 of the Appointments Act to invite you for vetting and to give you sufficient notice, at least 7 days. And we did so through a newspaper advert dated 6th of January 2026 in Daily Nation and Star newspaper. At the same time, the law also requires us to invite members of the public for any memoranda. If there's anybody who wants to contest your nomination or approval, they're supposed to bring a sworn memoranda. They must swear if they want to contest your nomination. Allow me to inform you that we have not received any memoranda from any member of the public contesting your nomination and subsequent approval by this House. So you have passed step 1, and the other steps are following. So now you are here today so that we can ask you a few questions, confirm whether you are the most suitable person to fill in the position of the county attorney. After we do our vetting, we shall prepare a report, submit to the House, the whole House. The House will debate and either approve or reject the recommendation of the committee. And subsequently, we shall forward the House resolution to the Governor. If the House will have approved you, the Governor has the liberty to appoint you. The Governor may also choose not to appoint. So the entire process stops at the level of the Governor. Our work, we are not appointing, we are only vetting to confirm your suitability and either approve or reject your nomination. But we wish you well. Thank you very much. Now I will go straight to the questions which we had prepared, and I will give you 5 minutes. First of all, to introduce yourself to us. Tell us your name, your religion, your family background, academic background, professional background and experience, and tell us how your educational background, professional experience is related to the position which we are approving you, because we are supposed to approve you. So your 5 minutes begin now.
Let me begin using my 5 minutes by appreciating the chair for that very elaborate background, elaborating why we are here and the various legal provisions on which we are standing. Chair, my name is Timothy Chalo Mwange, a Kenyan national and a Christian by faith. Timothy Chalo is an advocate by profession who was admitted to the bar in March 2015, and I am a member of the Law Society of Kenya, Chair. Chair, I'm also a qualified company secretary, and I do belong to the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries. Chair, I'm also a certified public accountant, and I belong to the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. I'm also a trained arbitrator, Chair, by the Institute of Certified Arbitrators, Nairobi chapter. My work experience brings in organizations like Strathmore University, specifically the School of Accounting, where I taught commercial law and company law to students pursuing qualifications in CPA and SCCA. I've also worked as a lawyer with the law firm of CK LLP Advocates, formerly Ombogi Kipto and Company Advocates. Chair, as you may know, currently, I serve as the county solicitor, county government of Kitui, in the office of the county attorney. Chair, currently I lead that office in ensuring that the county government is represented in court. I also provide advice to the county executive. I'm also responsible for vetting, interpreting, and drafting legal documents for the county executive. Chair, across these years that I have worked, which brings me to about 12 years of work experience, but 11 of them with the qualifications of a lawyer, I would say I have acquired specific competencies that place me as qualified for this appointment. Specifically, I would say I am very competent in dispute resolution. I am an astute legal researcher. I have excellent communication skills and leadership. Chair, when we are not working, I am a husband and father of 2 wonderful boys. I also serve the community in the board of management of Kaui Comprehensive School as the chair. I also read books and also watch TV documentaries, and when I have the time, I follow my favorite football team, the Arsenal. Thank you.
Members of Arsenal, you need to declare interest. As a members, on a light note, thank you, Wakili, for that introduction. I think we shall know you even better professionally as we continue engaging. But what do you mean by you lead the office of the county attorney? Are you the acting county attorney? Are you performing the duties of a county attorney? What do you mean by you lead the office?
Thank you, Chair.
Make it clear.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, there is we don't have a substantive appointment to that specific office, the office of a county attorney, as a county attorney. So appointed as the county solicitor, I am the principal assistant to the county attorney, and as you may know, there is no vacuum in law. As the principal assistant, then I lead in the execution.
Who are you assisting? Wakili, you know I'm also a lawyer like you.
Yes.
You must assist somebody who is existing,
Yes.
or an office which is existing.
Yes.
So my question is very straightforward. Are you the acting county attorney, or have you been appointed to perform the duties of a county attorney? Kindly make it clear for us.
Yes.
We know you're a county solicitor.
Thank you. So
Yes.
let me make it clear.
Yes.
My appointment is as county solicitor. Thank
Yes. No, it is not clear. Okay. It is not clear. You have said that you lead the office of the county attorney. That office can only be led by a substantive county attorney or somebody who has been appointed to act or perform the duties of a county attorney. So what do you do exactly?
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to take back this word lead and replace it by saying that currently I am the most senior member of staff in the office of the county attorney as the county solicitor.
So who do you report to? You are supposed to report to the county attorney, and we have no county attorney. And we have nobody who is acting or performing duties of a county attorney.
Yes.
So who do you report to?
Functionally, I report to His Excellency the Governor.
So are you the acting county attorney?
No, I'm not the acting county attorney.
Why the vacuum? Because you are not the county attorney.
Yes.
You are not acting as a county attorney. You are not performing duties of a county attorney. Why did you advise the governor? Because you are the legal advisor, basically.
Yes.
To appoint somebody to either act or perform.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I think the governor had noticed that there was no county attorney.
Yes.
But in his wisdom, and at the right time, I think we are now in the process of getting that solved.
Did you advise the governor that there is need to either appoint a substantive county attorney or appoint somebody to act or perform the duties of a county attorney? You are telling us we have been existing without a county attorney. Actually, we used to think that you were the acting county attorney. So we were really exposed, because a county solicitor does not have the mandate of a county attorney unless you are acting or performing the duties of a county attorney. So did you advise the governor on the need to either appoint substantively or appoint in acting capacity or to perform the duties?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether in my place I have the permission to ask questions.
Yes, you can ask a question.
Thank you. You see, in my place, I may not be the person to tell you that yes, I advised the governor, because maybe the advice that I may have given to the governor may have been confidential, but I can confirm, Chair, that there has been advice from elsewhere, particularly if you've interacted with the Auditor General's report from last financial year. One of the things that the auditors had picked was that there was no substantive county attorney, and that there was need to appoint a substantive county attorney, and this may have been the process that leads us here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Wakili. I'm still not convinced that you are not performing the duties of a county attorney, because in your own words, you have said you lead that office of the county attorney, and for you to lead that office lawfully, you must be either appointed to act or to perform the duties. But we shall follow up on that matter as we proceed, because we are here to make sure that things are clear. Things are clear. I will ask you a few questions which will require a yes or no response before I invite my other colleagues to also ask other questions. Do you have a valid KRA clearance certificate? Pardon?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Do you have a valid clearance by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have you been cleared by the Credit Reference Bureau?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Have you been cleared by the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Have you been cleared by Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Have you been charged in a court of law or convicted?
No, I haven't.
Thank you. Have you been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report?
No, I have not.
Thank you. Do you have dual citizenship?
No, I don't.
Thank you. What is your financial net worth? And give us a breakdown of the same as per the questionnaire which
Thank you, Chair.
filled and submitted to us.
Thank you, Chair. My net worth is estimated, I estimate it at about 36 million Kenya shillings. The 36 million Kenya shilling comprises of a 29 million estimate value in land and buildings, a 7.4 estimate value in shares in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, shares in cooperative societies, cash and cash equivalents. I also have a personal car, estimated at around 650,000. Then I also have assorted household goods, estimated at about 800,000. Thank you, Chair. To add, that total of 36 is exclusive of my net liabilities, standing at about 0.7 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Wakili, for making it very clear. Because you know, as a public officer, you have to always declare. So we have a duty to confirm your net worth. Thank you for that brief response. Let me ask you a final question. What is your current or anticipated sources of income? And don't refer to this one for contact only. On a light note. Switch on your microphone. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My anticipated sources of income include my salary as county solicitor. I'm currently employed as such by the county government of Kitui. I also anticipated incomes in the form of dividends in respect of the shares that I hold in cooperative societies and companies listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. I also expect some interest from money market funds that I hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Before I finish with you, I believe as a council, you know that if there are some inconsistencies with your name in official documents, and if the inconsistency is not contrary to your national identity, if the inconsistency is contrary to your national identity, you have to do maybe a deed poll. But if the inconsistency is only with regards to some few documents, I'm sure you know that there must be an affidavit. So kindly, without going back and forth, do you have an affidavit, or do you require us to give you a chance to supply the committee with an affidavit to cure that inconsistency with your name?
So, sorry, Chair. In respect to the name that was forwarded,
yes,
and my certificate,
yes,
and my ID,
yes,
yes. If allowed, I can do that, Chair.
Can we? Is 1 day okay? We can give you 1 day.
Sure,
to
sure.
Supply us with an affidavit.
Sure.
Wonderful. So we give you exactly 1 day.
Sure.
By tomorrow 5 p.m. through the office of the clerk, please supply us with an affidavit.
Thank you for indulging me, Chair.
Thank you very much. The clerk is getting me that there's a previous, there's an affidavit which you had done, but you will liaise with him to ensure that it is the correct one. Yeah, we're just giving you a chance so that our documentation are okay. We must make sure that our documents are okay. Before I allow my colleagues to ask you other questions, allow me to recognize in our gallery some other additional members of the public. We have Paul Mutua. Paul Mutua is my very good friend. I think he represents the People's Daily. So thank you, Mr. Paul. We have Barak Moli. Barak Moli, thank you, Barak. I see you. One of our colleagues from the county executive in the Department of Communication. We have Yohana Kimwele. and Kimwele, almost everybody in Kitui knows you. I think this is a very good representation of the public. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And we also live in our social media pages as we interact with our people, because we are doing this vetting on behalf of the great people of Kitui County. Honorable members of the committee, now let me open the floor for you members to ask any question, any clarification before we finalize with this vetting process. Let me begin with the vice chair of the committee. I can see the minority leader is very eager, but due to the need to respect the committee hierarchy, let me start with the vice chair, unless the vice chair allows you to go first. Vice chair?
Let me start.
Okay.
I won't take long.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Timothy, for making it to that far, and all the best. On behalf of the committee, I would like to know, how do you stay informed about the changes in laws and regulations that may affect the county? Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. Good question. As an advocate, we belong to a society, the Law Society of Kenya, and we are grateful that even from the inception, when new legislations are proposed, they are usually writing to us emails requesting us to give our views on these proposed legislations. We are also fortunate, Chair, that through the Council of Governors, we also get communications regarding any proposed legislations. So that I would say, from proposal of this legislation all the way to enactment, we are usually appraised. We also do have training, continuous professional training, through popularly known as CPDs. And what the council has done is that one of the preferred areas of members to interact with are areas where new legislation is coming up, where they would get an expert to share with members their views and insights regarding this proposed legislation. Thank you, Chair.
And the last one, can you tell us about the most challenging legal situation you have managed and how you handled it?
Thank you, Chair. Let me maybe pick one from my current role as county solicitor. When I work now in the county government, I'm sure maybe that is what may also interest you. You may remember sometimes in 2022, 4 chief officers went to court and challenged the county government of Kitui that they had been employed on permanent and pensionable basis. Now, what may have been very interesting for me, one of those chief officers was also the acting county secretary. And in my role as the county solicitor, or the office of the county attorney, but let me just stick to solicitor, we consulted a lot on the happenings and things that were happening in the county. So you can imagine this one morning, the person I consult, I find a letter on my desk saying that they have sued the county government. And for a minute, I thought it was a joke until he called me and said, I know there is a letter you may have seen on your desk. It is true that I have gone to court, and just read and understand for yourself. Now, what was unique in this case is that the officers' contracts had not indicated a specific term for which they would be serving. And my thinking was they took advantage of the failure to have a term indicated to say that we are employed for life. We are employed permanently till retirement age. But in our argument of this case, we were also able to point out a few things to the court to show why, in our view, we think this was not a permanent employment. As you may know, when you are employed on permanent basis, there are other characteristics of your employment that must suggest you are a permanent and pensionable employee. Specifically, your pension contributions, the way you contribute pension as a contracted public servant, is very different from how you contribute to your pension as a PNP. So, Chair, I would say that is one that I would wish to share with this committee. Thank you.
Among others. Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Minority, you can continue.
Vice Chair, the hierarchy is that after you, the Vice Chair is the majority leader. So let's go. Minority leader, you may have to wait. You know you are very eager, but let's go to the majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the Vice Chair is running too fast. Mwange, congratulations for making it this far. You remember this committee vetted a selection panel, and when you were vetting them, there were vacancies for three very senior positions in our county government, and they promised that they will give us the best in those three positions. I have only one question for you. Why do you think that the selection panel found you to be the best to occupy that position for the county attorney?
Chair, you will allow me to be subjective because the question is why do I think they chose me? I think one, the very basics is that they found that I met the requirements, the minimum requirements for appointment as a county attorney. They must have also looked at, they must have evaluated the competencies that were necessary for appointment as a county attorney. They must also have been persuaded by my vision and experience for the office. Now that I had worked in that office, I'm very careful, I'm not saying worked as attorney. Now that I was already working in that office and that I was familiar with the roles of the county attorney, maybe they are thinking this is an advocate we will propose for appointment, and probably they are ready to work on day one. Thank you, Chair.
Before majority finishes this question, are you saying if, assuming that you are not working in that office as a county solicitor, are you saying you don't think you would have been the best? Are you saying you are the best because you already work there? Is that what you are telling the committee?
Chair, not to say that there were other very impressive things that this committee saw in me. For instance, if I'm sure they had an opportunity, just as you had an opportunity to look at my CV, I have been exemplary in many ways. From my educational background, you may have noticed, I scored highly in my KCPE. I was the top student in my school, and I was invited to my national school of choice. While I was there, I was a very excellent student as well. I scored a straight A and was admitted to do my course of choice, that is the law, at the University of Nairobi, where I also excelled very well. I got a second upper, and in the performance of my work, I also demonstrated to the committee my competencies. What is it that I had achieved in the various roles that I have been in? I think maybe one of the things that must have interested the committee, the panel a lot, is that despite my young age, I had written 5 books as at August last year, and more are coming. I think, in their opinion, not many lawyers have had interest in getting their work published. Chair, if you also go online, I do not want to say that I'm creating content, but I have produced very relevant material for students who are interested in accountancy and company secretarial practice. One time, I was very amused that if you go to YouTube and just search company law in Kenya, the first name that appears there is the name of yours truly, Timothy Chalo. It's very difficult not to be impressed by that kind of candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the response. Timothy, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Minority Leader, now it is your time. As you represent the minority party, in this county assembly, and also as you represent the great people of Gunaward. Please take the floor, Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Chair. As we have just cited, I'm here by the virtue of being the Minority Leader, representing the great party by the name NAC Party. The Speaker was the party leader is the former Governor, Charity Kalokingilu. The Speaker, I proceed to a very interesting question to the nominee, that during the tenure of the former governor, who is also my party leader, Charity Kalokingilu, at that time you were serving as a substantive county solicitor. And the governor appointed a county secretary without the approval of the county assembly. And the county assembly subsequently later went to court, and that appointment was quashed. Remember, some public funds were used during the litigation. And because I got this chance as the minority leader, representing NAC Party of the former governor, who is also my party leader, why did you not advise the governor on that matter that led to expenditure of public funds, and again expose my boss badly in public space? In my own view, I think that you failed the government of the day. And if such kind of a thing happens again in future, I would like to hear what are remedies if at all you succeed in this vetting process.
Thank you very much. I think the question is very clear, so you may proceed. So there is that particular court matter, I'm sure you are fully aware of. And apart from exposing the former governor, I'm sure critical decisions were made by the then county secretary. I'm sure he was being paid allowances and remuneration as a county secretary. So a lot of funds were lost and misused. And the county assembly had been bypassed by the county executive. On top of that question, how do you think your office will, assuming you become the county attorney, such issues are not repeated and referred to us on the relevant legal provisions on the role of the county attorney with regards to engaging with the county assembly?
Thank you, Chair. I want to agree with the Honorable Minority Leader that his question is very interesting because he has the wrong person. I did not work for the county government of Kitui when the former governor appointed some unlawfully or unprocedurally a person into the office of the county secretary. For the record, Chair, I joined the county government of Kitui as county solicitor on the 25th day of January 2022, a fact that can be confirmed from my appointment letter, such that as it is, I may not, and Chair, you can guide, I may not be the person who advised the former governor on the appointment of the then person in the office of the county secretary. But I can go to the solution part of the question, what my role would be in future should such kind of a thing happen. And Chair, you've been graceful that you have even led me to hold on to specific statutory provisions in defining what my role would be. Chair, as the county attorney, one of the functions of the county attorney is to provide legal counsel to the county government. That includes the county executive in their various roles, including the one for appointment or nominating a candidate for county secretary. As a lawyer, and being aware of the provisions of the law regarding the requirements for appointing a county secretary, that now the law requires that there be a selection panel approved by this assembly. The selection panel advertises for the vacancy of a county secretary, and that the selection panel nominates names to His Excellency the Governor to pick one for nomination and forward to this assembly under the provisions of the County Assembly's Public Appointments Approval Act. As a county attorney, if I be, I would be in the first line to advise His Excellency the Governor that there is a legally established procedure for appointing persons to the office of the county secretary. And as a believer in rule of law, I would be able to persuade that this process is followed. And in any case, and you may have noticed this in this very particular case, where an appointment has been made with violations of the provisions of the law, that appointment would be an invalid appointment, as indeed was confirmed by the court, where that matter was challenged in court, that the appointment of the then county secretary was not as per the requirements of the law. The court went out to find that that appointment had been irregular, insofar as the nominee had not been vetted by this very assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Leader, I think you have been responded to, but since you joined that office after the illegality had been done, did you take any steps, maybe to ensure that the same does not happen again? Because when you join an office, you're also responsible for past mistakes. I know you were not there that time, but you later joined the office. Assuming that you are in the office, let's assume that you are the county solicitor then, and the governor insists that he will appoint, because you know the argument was, and I'm sure you remember, that I was in those circles then as an advocate. The argument was that the then CS was already a public officer, if you remember, on the issue of being seconded and so forth. And that's why they were even able to bypass the county assembly. Assuming you're in that office and the governor still wants to bypass the county assembly, what would you have told the governor? What advice would you have given the governor then?
Thank you, Chair. I would have impressed upon the governor the risk of bypassing the county assembly, and particularly make it very clear that the appointment or the purported appointment would be an invalid appointment. That should you not observe the law in the appointment of a person into the office of the county secretary, that person acting in that role, having not been appointed duly, would suffer the risk of even being required to compensate the public any benefits that they would have drawn in the position of county secretary, not having been appointed so lawfully. So I would say I would have impressed upon the appointing authority the risk that would befall the county government should the right process of appointing a county secretary not be followed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minority Leader, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Second and last, Mr. Speaker, I want to do a follow-up question to what the Majority Leader asked the nominee about the selection panel. You remember you were explaining why you think that the selection panel forwarded your name, and you really explained well. But then my concern was this: the same selection panel, this committee wrote to the selection panel so that the committee can get some very important insights on the three nominees that were forwarded to the County Assembly of Kitui, and specifically to this committee. Shockingly, the committee received a response, or the County Assembly received a response from the chairperson to the panel that declining appearing before the committee Yeah, so the clerk is also serving me with a letter. This letter is dated 8th October 2025, and the subject was invitation to appear before the County Assembly Committee on appointment. And I can read the chairman's, the content within the letter. The reference is meant to a letter. Reference number CAK/15/7, volume that of 1st October 2025, inviting the selection panel for the appointment of the county secretary, county attorney, and secretary, county public service board to appear before the county assembly committee on appointments on 16th October 2025. The letter further requested the selection panel to submit a written advance response before 8th October 2025. So the chair says, on behalf of the selection panel, I appreciate the invitation extended towards us by the County Assembly Committee on Appointments. However, the selection panel may be unable to honor this invitation since the selection panel's terms of reference do not include engagements with the County Assembly. Moreover, all the documents and information sought in your letter are contained in the selection panel report submitted in public to the appointing authority. Now, my concern is what is your opinion relating to the tenor of the selection panel in accordance of the law? And number two, do you think in that response and in that scenario, there is a very big gap of advisory from the office you hold as a solicitor in the County Assembly of Kitui? Because the County Assembly has a mandate and has power, and even the committee has powers of that of High Court to demand some explanation and to be given insights concerning very important information of the nominee.
In other words, Wakili, this committee is required, I read for you the law, where we are required to vet. Article 185, sub-article 3, we oversight the County Executive Committee and other organs of the County Executive. Here we have a selection panel which was created as an organ of the County Executive. The governor submitted names to the Assembly, we approved. It became a county executive organ. And they are the ones who interviewed you. And we are asking them, there's some clarity we need with regards to Timothy Kyalo Mwange. And they are supposed to respond to us, and they refuse to respond to us. So in other words, there is unclarified issues with regards to your nomination. Unclarified issues. And here is the committee, the chair, because let me see the letter, because you are a lawyer and I'm a lawyer, I'm sure we can engage as professional colleagues. The chair, Dr. Nzoma Mwita, he signed, and you see the title still, he has not said former chair. He has said chairperson, selection panel for the recruitment of county secretary, county attorney, and secretary to Kitui County Public Service. He has not said former chair. He has still signed as a chair. Then in the content, he is saying that their term ended. So in other words, he is telling us, you engage with the governor. But us, we are not oversighting the governor here. We are oversighting, we don't oversight the governor. We oversight the County Executive Committee. I'm sure you know the roles of the County Executive Committee. Yeah. And also oversight the county executive organs. So we are supposed to oversight the sitting panel, but the chair has disappeared. And another letter was actually even written when we still followed up on the same by somebody who said that she was the secretary to the panel. I don't know whether you have a copy of that letter, acting clerk. When we followed up on that matter, 2 questions, according to you, as per the law, when does the term of a county executive organ end? Do you think the term of the selection panel ended after they submitted the names to the governor, even before governor forwarding to the assembly, and the assembly approving and forwarding to the governor? Them, they think they did their work, and you are the county solicitor. Yeah, I'm sure they should have sought your legal advice on these matters. So, for these matters not to recur in the future, because had we chosen to take another route of summoning them, no, we have the powers of High Court. People would have started saying, oh, the assembly is fighting the governor. You know, when you oversight, people are using the governor as a shield. This committee, this assembly has no issue with the governor. The only issue we normally have is with the county executive committee or the county executive organs, because we have to oversight. So as the county solicitor, I don't know whether you are aware of these correspondence. You may not be aware because you're not copied. But do you think this should have happened, really, in your own opinion? And maybe these are the gaps or the issues caused by lack of a substantive county attorney. So how do you respond? And maybe I may refer you to section 18 as amended by section 58A of the County Government's Act. Subsection what? Subsection, I think, 7. 11 and 12. Yeah. Because if you read the content of it, the assembly may reject the names and then return to the governor, and the governor may now involve the panel again. It should not be assumed that we shall approve. Yeah. So, when you are doing the engagement with the panel, did you tell them after submitting the names your term ends? What was the engagement? You know, you are the county solicitor. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. As you may note, because I was an interested party, I tendered my application. I had no interactions with this election panel besides me sending my application and appearing for the interview, so that you can imagine, being one of the people who are supposed to appear before them, I must have kept very much away from them. But you asked a good question. What is the tenure for this selection panel? The law provides that the selection panel shall remain the selection panel until the appointments for which the selection panel was appointed are done. So, in this very particular case, that selection panel is still the selection panel until the candidates that were sent to this house for appointment consideration are appointed.
Not for nomination. Not for nomination. Because even the name says selection panel for appointment of.
Yes,
and
yes.
appointment ends at the level of governor.
Yes, sure,
Yes,
sure.
yes.
So, as you pointed out, there is a possibility, within possibilities, that the candidates who have appeared before this appointments committee are not, that do not convince you, or the house is not convinced, and therefore those names are rejected.
That is true.
And the procedure is that that selection panel would remain available to consider other candidates for these appointments. So that selection appear before you. I think they may not have appreciated are not appreciating the extent to which your work goes as an oversight house across other counties where these appointments have been done. And Honorable Chair, maybe to just speculate, this committee has taken this very seriously, to the extent that they are not saying, let the nominees just come. You're also interested in the process before even the nominees came here. Let the selection panel come, share insights with us, how did they end up with these candidates. And I think maybe it's a matter that the selection panel didn't appreciate, and maybe the chairperson may have just been constrained to the terms of reference they had, that now that I do not appreciate how this committee of the assembly works, I may just want to refer to my terms of reference and decline this invitation. Thank you, Chair.
So you are saying the chair was out of order, the chair of the selection panel, to decline the invitation by the County Assembly Committee because, Wakili, ignorance is not a defense, right? The committee had an advocate as one of their members. In fact, the advocate is now a senior counsel, Dr. Koki Muli. He's now a senior counsel. Are you saying the committee was not competent? The selection panel. Are you saying the selection panel did not have competent members who cannot appreciate the law, who cannot appreciate the role of the county assembly? Yeah, because I am really shocked. And if it is not even appreciating the work of the role of the county assembly, did they even do competent recruitment and interviews? Because that is now where the question. Because what cost? Because you from my earlier remarks, you notice that the governor submitted these names long time ago, Mr. Timothy Kyalo. 5th of August. 5th of August. And the next day, the speaker, myself, I committed to the committee. And we wrote, immediately we sat down, we wrote to the panel so that we can get some clarity. But they declined to respond to us. And all that back and forth has caused a long delay since August up to now. Because we are not rubber stamps. We have to really do due diligence. And I must squarely lay blame on the panel for the long delay in finalizing this process. So, because the process is not yet done, and at any point, we can summon the committee, the selection panel. What would be your comment on the same? Because if we have some issues with regards to your nomination, and they have refused to come and maybe failure by them to come and clarify may make us reject your nomination, don't you think they are being very unfair to you as a nominee? Because if we choose to reject your nomination because there is some information which the panel did not disclose to us, don't you think you as a nominee now remove the shoes of a county solicitor, now wear the shoes of a nominee to be a county attorney? Don't you think they will be very unfair to you? And in that case, don't you think, if we say that the panel was not competent, will we be right? Or it will be putting too much blame on them, Mr. Timothy?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I may be the most appropriate person to pass judgment on the competence of the selection panel. You remember, Chair, I'm a product of that selection panel. I will be shooting myself if I said I think the committee was not competent.
But you're a Kenyan. You're not a product of the panel.
Yes, I want to.
Sorry, Majority, you have something to say.
Point of information, yes, Honorable
yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
Also, the same selection panel is a product of this committee.
Yes. Yes. So this matter of products, I think let's stop it there. Grandson, please proceed.
Thank you, Majority. You know, I did not know whether I had the privilege of telling the Chair that this committee is a product. I note, as a nominee, my powers are very limited.
Yes.
But I think...
No, but you can be a product of somebody, but you become incompetent. Becoming a product does not mean you are competent. So the question is, do you think the panel was competent? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. If I said they are competent or not competent, I think it's very subjective. But let me say, I believe they are very competent, having experienced the process. I can speak now as a subject of the process. I think the process was above board. It was a thorough process. I do not recall in my earlier life preparing for an interview that much. I think maybe the other time I've prepared that much was today or the days before today when I was appearing before this very honorable committee. But Chair, I believe this ABO committee is still endowed with mechanisms within it to ascertain whether the process carried out by the selection panel was a lawful process and a process above board. I appreciate the zeal of this committee. Like I'm telling you, as a nominee myself, I was interested in seeing how these processes are being done. And it is rare to see a committee of this nature not just satisfied with seeing the nominees, but also interested in the process before the nominees. So I think that is unique for this committee. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to confirm to you, Wakili, that the reason why we took time to invite you for vetting is because we had to use other means now to confirm that you are nominated legally. Because the panel refused to respond to us, we took time to really do our own research to confirm that you should appear before us. Yeah, but by the virtue of the fact that we invited you, it means you are competent to appear before us. But we're only asking why the committee, the panel should have known that their term is still on. They had an advocate, and then now it's like they are rubbishing the county assembly. Yeah, but that's not a matter which maybe you may have been privileged. But assuming you become the county attorney, these are the things which should not recur, because we need to ensure that our legal department properly advises the county executive. Vice Chair, you seem to have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I was just asking the same. He has partial answered it. It is like because they approved him, does it mean that what they did was not wrong? As a lawyer, how do you answer that?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
The question on whether it was wrong or right for them to decline the invitation, I think I answered it in terms of, you see, this invitation was to the selection panel. And in my position, I can only imagine for them, why is the selection panel not accepting an invitation by the county assembly to explain themselves? And my thinking through the chair is that they may not have appreciated the thoroughness with which this committee does its work. But maybe given another opportunity, we may have other appointments in the future. There may be other selection panels in the future. I think this is one of those things that we may want to impress upon them, that in the interest of having a nomination and a vetting process that is above board, you may be required, should the committee deem fit, to appear before them and just shed light on how you carried out your work and how you ended up with these names proposed for nomination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, you have responded very well. Minority Leader, I think you are satisfied. Thank you, Minority Whip, and the member for, pardon, Minority Leader?
I can go on record and confirm, just from the nominees' comments, that the selection panel is still active and available for us to consult when we need very important insights of the nominees. This process will end when the governor will do the appointment. Before that time, the committee is very active in her deliberations. And Mr. Chair, I also want to go on record, as we have said, that the establishment of the selection panel by law requires to have an advocate of good standing. And that selection panel had an advocate of good standing. And to rubbish, if I can use that word, to ignore the request from the committee raises more questions than answers.
What are they hiding? If they don't know that their term ends after the appointment is done, do they even know what they were doing? No, those are, you could be very competent, Wakili, but you see the conduct of the panel is really causing a lot of suspicion. And you remember the County Assembly of Kitui, is not just a mere conveyor belt. We thoroughly do our oversight before we make an approval, and I'm sure you are appreciating that. If the panel refuse to appreciate that, it is unfortunate. We really took time here with them to vet them and approve them. Then the same approval organ is writing to them. The mere fact that they came to us, it means they are also answerable to us as they do their work. Even like you, assuming, let's hope that you are approved, you are appointed, it means you are still answerable to us as you do your work until when you exit. So I think that to that extent, the panel, but since they are not here, we are grilling the wrong person, we still have some unanswered questions. Minority Whip, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I have only one question. Timothy, you understand that currently we have conflicts between the public and the county government land. Many people have taken over land that belong to the county government. And at times it becomes hard for us to do county government infrastructure. If given this opportunity to be the county attorney, do we expect things to change? And if so, how soon do you intend to give back the land to the county government and take it from the hands of the private citizens? So how soon do you want to do, how soon can you do it, if approved?
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. As the county solicitor, I have the benefit of knowing that currently we are in the process of procuring a land information management system as a county government. Allow me, Chair, to say that this is going to be a very good starting point, that the system first is going to enable us to have an inventory of all that land that is county public land for the county government of Kitui. Now, where any of this land has been encroached or is in the hands of, may I call them grabbers, in quotes, that on the instructions of the county government of Kitui, we can commence legal proceedings against these illegal acquirers of land to ensure that this land goes back in its right hands, the hands of the county government of Kitui, as the trustee of the residents of this county. Thank you.
Is a part of how soon
Yes.
you do it. I want to know whether within this term to be possible, or within your 100 days to be possible, or how soon you commence the process.
The committee or council wants a commitment from you, as hoping that we shall approve you, and the governor appoints you. We want to get a commitment from you on how to handle this land issue, which you know, I'm sure you know, Wakili. Even when you go to here in Kawe Ward in Kabati, there's a land we were trying to see if it can be used to build a ward office. We were told there are so many land issues, there are so many issues. And can I be honest with you? The issues are involving some county government officers. So how soon will you sort this issue, the land issue, on public land in Kitui County, assuming that you are approved by this house and the governor appoints you?
Thank you, Chair. I can make a commitment that should this committee endorse my nomination and the House approve it, I can begin the processes immediately.
Wakili, no, you have just answered like an advocate. Beginning the process immediately is not an answer. It's not a solution to the problem. Yeah. how much time do you think the Office of the County Attorney, in liaison with the Ministry of Lands, how long do you think they should take to sort out this matter? How long? How long do you think they should take to sort out this issue? Because it is affecting so many people. Yes.
So thank you, Chair. On the part of how soon can I, allow me to still say that I can take steps immediately, but this committee also appreciates that land is not squarely an issue under the docket of the county attorney, but I would need to liaise with the office, particularly with the ministry responsible for lands,
Yes.
which is the docket particularly and primarily entrusted with matters public land management within the county government of Kitui. As I have indicated, we have worked with this ministry earlier when we considered the procurement of the land information system. So that's why I can confidently make a commitment to this committee that this work towards claiming back public land is ongoing and it is something that I can pursue. Say, in my estimation, we should have done a lot in the next 12 months on this issue.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Timothy. The reason why this came up, and you know that land is not part of your duty, is because there are court cases that are preventing us from using that public land. That is why it is coming in this forum. With that question, I want to wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The member of the committee representing women of Kitui County, Honorable Priscilla Mother Makomi. You have questions? What are the women of Kitui County saying with regards to the nominee before us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a member of Kitui County who is representing women, we just want to clarify from our nominee, Mr. Timothy. We want to know how many years of legal experience you have, particularly in governmental or law or in county law.
Thank you, Chair. I was admitted as an advocate in the year 2015. So this would be my 11th year as an advocate qualified and licensed to practice law in Kenya. Of these 11 years, I have served 4 of them serving as the county solicitor in the county government of Kitui, in which capacity I have interacted a lot with law and matters relating to county governments and generally matters devolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That is my first question. And another one is, what is your perception of the role of the mandate of the county assembly within the county governance structure?
Thank you, Chair. The county assembly, the county assembly is an important governance institution within a county government. And specifically allow me to point out the mandate of the county assembly as an oversight authority. Oversight is one of those things that is very central to governance, that institutions like a county government subjects itself to the eyes or the views of another entity on how it is carrying out its own affairs. If you look at these very specific incidents of a county assembly and maybe in terms of how the county executive does its work, you notice the county assembly as an oversight institution, you have played a very key role in inviting county officers from the county executive to shed light on how they have been carrying out their work. You would specifically point out to interactions we have during budgeting. You invite ministries to shed light on their priorities. Now that you represent the people of this county, it is important to ensure that what we have prioritized is also what the people of Kitui consider as their own priorities, so that as a county executive, we do not pursue priorities that are not necessarily the priorities of the people of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me to say congratulations for the far you have come, and I wish you all the best. Yeah.
Thank you, committee members, for your intelligence and your questions. Allow me to recognize the two other members of the public who have joined us in our gallery. I'll request them to wave. We have Emmanuel Muinde. Emmanuel, thank you very much, my good brother, for joining us. We have Moses Mutunga. Moses Mutunga, thank you very much for coming to witness what we do. No, we are your servants. We are here doing the work which you gave us to confirm that the nominees before us are competent to serve the people of Kitui County. Council, I will ask you a final question. You work in the office of the county attorney. Are you aware that the office of the county attorney should prepare and submit annual reports? If yes, to who and by when should the office of the county attorney prepare and submit those annual reports? And in furtherance to which provision of the law? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for a good question. Under Section 28 of the Office of the County Attorney Act, under Section 28 of the Office of the County Attorney Act, the county attorney is under obligation to prepare a report on the operations of the Office of County Attorney, including financials. That report is supposed to be shared with the governor, and 14 days after the date when that report is shared with the governor, the law provides that the county attorney shall share that report with the clerk of the assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Has that been done before?
Chair, thank you. You remember where we began?
Yes or no, Council? It's a yes or no response.
No.
Why? Because we have never received any annual report. You have said you work in the office of the county attorney. We have never received any annual report because you are supposed, as per Section 28, you are supposed to submit annual reports to the governor by the 13th of June in each year, and then, of course, as you have said, 14 days later submit to the assembly through the clerk. Why has that not been done? Because, you know, the assembly is the representative of the people.
Sure.
The office of the county attorney should be accountable to the people of Kitui County. Sure. If you submit the reports to the assembly, you are being accountable to the people. But what do you hide? What does the office hide? Because you are not disclosing. You are not furthering Article 10, transparency, accountability, And I know you may hide and say, I'm not the county attorney, but you work in that office. But let's hope that you are approved and subsequently appointed. Will you comply with this provision of the law?
Yes, Chair, I will comply.
County attorney. So, no, we have to represent our people here.
Sure.
And when we are tough, we are only following the law.
Sure.
Because we don't know exactly what happens in matters litigation in the office of the county attorney. And the assembly needs to know so that we are able to represent our people.
Sure.
We have some 2 questions from the public. Some members of the public who have posed some 2 questions here, and I will ask both of them so that you can respond. And if there are any questions from anybody, please write in our page. Those who are here physically, the sergeant at arms can come up there and you can give them, you can ask them in an anonymity manner. You don't need to disclose your name. It can be anonymous so that we can ask the county solicitor. Number one, what role will you play to ensure that bills are fast-tracked? I don't know whether, I think it's the bills from the county government, from the county executive, the legislative bills, yeah, so that they are fast-tracked. This is Derek from Mulango Ward. We have another question by Evans Mwendwa. Ask him, now you, to comment on the court decision on private lawyers getting county legal jobs while we have county employed lawyers. What is your position? Because I think there's a forum for county attorneys in Kenya, and in that forum they released actually a statement disagreeing with the judgment of Justice Muhochi. Yeah, and I'm sure you could be a member of that forum. Yeah, so what is your opinion on that matter of engaging private lawyers? And the other issue is about fast-tracking bills.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to those very good citizens who are following this and are concerned, and it tells out of that concern that they have actually these questions they are sharing so that we may clarify. One, on what I will do to fast-track bills. The bills, and I'm imagining these are bills that have been forwarded to the County Assembly for enactment.
Yes.
One of the things, Chair, that I can commit to do is to follow up with the specific county departments for which bills have been presented to this House, to liaise with their specific committees, particularly the chairs, so that they can engage towards having these bills progressing before the House. I may have noticed this, and maybe I could be wrong. You are the County Assembly, you can tell me. Sometimes we may be under the impression that once these bills are forwarded, we don't need to engage. It is my view that we need to engage so that we are appraised of where we are, and if there is anything that is required of us as the county executive, we do come in so that we see that these bills actually go through the process. There is the second issue, Chair, on the Okia Omutata matter in Nakuru, and particularly on the engagement of private lawyers by county governments and now all public entities. Chair, I would say that this is not a new matter per se. This matter was before the Senate sometimes last year, where the Senate was considering or was invited to consider a total ban on the engagement of lawyers by county governments. And the view was that county governments were wasting public money. And the question was, why would a county government need to hire lawyers when they have hired county attorneys and other legal counsel? Chair, the language that has been used is that these county attorneys and these lawyers are idle. What are they doing to leave us or expose us to private lawyers? The verdict out of the Senate engagement was that let county governments and other public institutions, as persons under the law, be at liberty to engage counsel of their choice. But Chair, I note that solution does not answer maybe our viewer who is, and other viewers who are concerned about maybe public spending, which the public opinion is on the side that governments, county governments and national government are spending maybe too much money on lawyers. Chair, I would say this is not a matter that has gone beyond the oversight authorities of the relevant houses, both national and county. If you look at it maybe from a Kitui perspective, the money that we may use as legal fees passes through this house, which has to consider it vis-a-vis need and approve specific amounts to be spent. So I would urge, I would say we will cut our coat according to our cloth. That while we encourage county governments and other public institutions to be represented by attorneys within the office, they also have the liberty to engage other councils out of office should circumstances justify. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Wakili. But what is your position between engaging? Of course, it's not a crime. I know I'm an advocate, and I know if you go to the law, it is not a crime. It is not illegal to engage private law firms, but the point here is to enhance the internal, the in-house counsels in every public entity, assuming you become the county attorney. Which steps would you take to minimize engagement of private law firms and maximize on engaging the in-house counsel? Because we need to also safeguard, the little public resources which we have. We need to use them well. Which steps would you take?
I would speak to three things at this moment. One of the things that maybe I have had the benefit of seeing to it because I serve as county solicitor is ensuring that, one, those matters don't arise in the first place. You see, if you have no cases, then the question of legal cost does not arise. We will work with county departments to ensure that they are compliant, and particularly on matters, contracts, that they are abiding or keeping to their contractual terms. Chair, we are also encouraged now by our constitution to pursue alternative dispute resolution. I can confirm that even as a county government, these are avenues that we have considered, that where we can engage persons outside court, we have pursued those options. Third, Chair, you may have noticed we have advertised for the position of 2 legal officers within our department. Chair, these are part of the steps that will bolster our capacity in the department, and with an increased number of lawyers in the office, I can commit to this committee that most of our matters can be handled within the office. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you are approved and appointed, I'm sure you know we have a committee on JLAC, which oversees the office of the county attorney. Serious oversight will be done. So this assembly has to ensure that we seriously oversight the county executive. We have another member of the public who has joined us. We have Nicholas Wambua. Nicholas Wambua, please wave where you are. Thank you very much, Nicholas. We have members of the public following us in our social media platforms. I think we had mentioned Derek Keziman. We have Felix Kemansi. Yeah, we are saying, so far I feel that Mwangi is qualified for the position. You guys just approve him. That's a comment by Felix Kemansi. But we have to finish our work. Oh, Felix Kemansi is from Mungune. We have to finish our work. But those are some of the comments from the public. And as I've said earlier, we are doing this vetting on behalf of our people. If our people say that we need to approve your nomination, who are we? We're only doing the will of the people. And we are doing this without any manner, any ill motive. We are only trying to ascertain whether you are suitable for this position. Honourable members, any other question? I think we have seriously engaged the council here. And so far as I am concerned, most of the questions which we had, you have responded to them. Perhaps I can give you now 3 minutes to make your final concluding remarks. Or if you have any questions for us, we are ready to answer. So please proceed, Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make my closing remarks. Over the last 4 years, Chair, I've had the opportunity to diligently offer legal counsel to the county executive. I've had an opportunity to faithfully ensure that the county executive is represented in court. I have keenly vetted, interpreted, and drafted legal documents on behalf of the county executive. And I have tirelessly supported all county departments on their legal matters. If it is the will of this committee to endorse me and the House approves me, I intend to still do this, only that this time round with renewed vigor. I would liken this committee to the ownership or the management of a football club that is considering to hire a manager, that you have before you a very experienced manager with the Champions League credentials. When this committee retires, may they be persuaded to endorse this manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since the manager has Champions League credentials, will he accept to be appointed by a club which has never reached top 4? What is the passion? If this manager goes to a small club, will he convert that small club to join Champions League? Is that what you are saying? And I hope you're not calling us a small club. Go on record, Council. I'm still engaging you.
Yes, this manager,
Yes.
Chair, is very committed and very much interested.
Yes.
And this club that this manager is negotiating with is definitely not a small club.
Yes.
It's a big club.
Yes.
They are in the Champions League.
Wonderful,
Thank
wonderful. You know, we must clarify, because if you say you're not in the Champions League, then it means we are not even worthy to hire that manager, because we can't even afford. You know, those small clubs cannot afford those big and competent managers. I think at that point on our hand as a committee is to appreciate you for joining us, also appreciate members of the public who have joined us for this vetting exercise, where we may have maybe in any manner maybe harassed you or asked you tough questions or maybe exceeded our limit. We apologize. We are only doing it in good faith so that we can seek clarity on many of the issues surrounding your nomination. And as is to say that we will look into your application on merit. We will ensure that the recommendation, because the work of the committee is to recommend, we shall make our recommendations, which will go to the House, and we shall, if a committee makes a recommendation, they take up upon themselves to lobby for their motion on the floor. Yeah, and of course it is the House which has the final power to approve the motion. And if we approve and we take it to the governor also has a duty within 7 days to make the appointment or reject, decline making the appointment. So that is the procedure. You may not hear from us again. Maybe you wait until you hear from the governor with regards to the final process of this vetting. Otherwise, thank you very much. We wish you well and we wish you all the best as you aim to become the county attorney of Kitui County. Asante sana, you may exit. And I think the office of the clerk has arranged some lunch for you. Don't be in a rush to go, because I'm sure you're familiar with this compound. Asante sana. Members of the public, thank you very much. We still have another nominee, the nominee for the position of the county secretary, Agnes Kawila Mulewa, but we have to take a break, a 30 minutes break. Let's resume 15 minutes past 4, so that we proceed with the vetting of the nominee for the county secretary. Thank you very much, and the meeting is adjourned until today at 4:15 p.m. Thank you, members. Welcome. You may take your seat. We believe the person before this committee is Agnes Kawela Mulewa. Is that the position? Please switch on your microphone.
I am Agnes Kawela Mulewa.
Please give the gentleman on your left your original ID so that we confirm your identity.
Yes, Chair, I do confirm that she's Agnes Kawela Mulewa.
Thank you very much. Agnes Kawela Mulewa, we have to confirm so that we don't make a mistake of vetting the wrong person. Having said that, let me request the acting clerk to administer oath or affirmation to Agnes Kawela Mulewa. Acting clerk, please proceed.
I, Agnes Kawela Mulewa, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, Agnes Kawela Mulewa. You now have the capacity to respond to our questions because you have taken the oath. And I believe you have understood the contents of the oath. Switch on your microphone. I believe you have understood the contents of the oath. Yes or no?
Yes, Chair, I confirm I have.
And you will tell this committee the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I will introduce myself and the committee members. My name is Kevin Kinengo Katisya. I'm the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui, and I'm the Chair of the Committee on Appointments. And I do confirm before this committee and before the people of Kitui County, I have no conflict of interest with regards to vetting one Agnes Kawela Mulewa as the County Secretary of Kitui County. Committee members, please, let's follow suit and introduce ourselves accordingly, starting with the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Judith Iwanza, elected from New Ward. I'm the Vice Chair of this Committee Appointments Committee. I also serve in Budget Committee in this County Assembly. And and I serve in Budget Committee, and I'm the only elected lady in Kitui County. Thank you. I have no interest, please.
Which kind of interest?
Conflict of interest.
Mheshimiwa, do you have conflict of interest?
No.
No,
Be
please,
on
Chair.
record.
No, please, Chair. I don't have any conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed, members. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Harrison Maluki, representing Migwane Ward, and also the leader of the majority party in Kitui County Assembly, and a member of the Committee on Appointment. Chair, I declare I have no interest. I have no conflict of interest regarding vetting one Madam Agnes Mulewa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Agnes. My name is Jeremiah Mose Mutwa. I represent the good people of Nguni Ward in this County Assembly of Kitui. I'm a member to this committee by the virtue of being the minority leader in the County Assembly. Thank you and all the best during the meeting.
Any conflict of interest?
Thank you, Chair.
No, let the minority leader confirm whether he has conflict of interest first. Minority Leader.
Chair, I want to confirm before the committee that I don't have any conflict of interest on the nominee.
Thank you very much. Minority Whip.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gabriel Nemunyao. I am elected member of County Assembly for Kawi Ward. I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you very much, member for Kawi Ward and the Minority Whip. Honorable Priscilla, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair.
And the category of people you represent.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Madam. My name is Priscilla Martha Makumi, nominated member by Wiper Party, representing Kitui County Women's in this honorable house of Kitui. And Mr. Chair, I declare to have no conflict of interest, despite that the nominee comes from my constituency. I have got no conflict of interest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Despite the nominee coming from your constituency, and also despite the nominee being a lady like you. That's what I want to say. Because you represent women.
Yes, I represent women.
Yes.
And then despite I being a woman in front of this committee,
yes,
I still confirm
yes,
that I have got no interest,
you
no
vet,
conflict of interest.
you will vet objectively.
I will vet objectively.
Yes.
And I know women of Kitui County are strong. They are all behind her. I wish her all the best.
More, you're only supposed to confirm whether you have conflict of interest.
I have got no conflict of interest,
that
sir.
That is enough. That
yes.
is enough. Let me allow the acting clerk to introduce the secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Mulundi Mwangangi, the acting clerk of Assembly and the clerk serving the Appointments Committee. Part of the committee, the Assembly services, yes, the secretary to the committee. On my far right, we have David Manzi, Principal Legal Counsel. On the left, Mr. Andrew Mulandi Kavali, Committee Secretariat. Mr. John Kivui, Acting Head of Communications. We have Nelson Mandela, Wakili, peer to the Speaker. We have Alfred Malali, Commissioner. Evans Kivindio Musimi, ICT Officer. Kennedy Mutuka, Sergeant. Joshua Muimi from Office of the Speaker. We have Lynn Zambichalo, Communications Officer. And lastly, we have Madam Noreen Kadeu Musioka, Head of Answered Department. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting Clerk, for introducing yourself and the Secretariat. Allow me also introduce the members of the public. Madam Agnes, it is important for you to note that, first of all, these proceedings are unanswered. I'm sure you have been here before and you know how the Assembly operates. All Assembly sittings, whether committee sittings or plenary sittings, are unanswered. Number two, these hearings are public, pursuant to our Constitution. that we need to do our hearings and invite our members of public to participate. So we have live streamed this hearing. Members of the public are following the conversation. They are also asking questions, which we will ask you. Yeah, we also have members of the public who are here physically, and I would like to recognize them and introduce them as follows. We have some honorable members who have joined us. We have Honorable Dr. Erastus Mbuno, MCA for Endo Malano. Please, Mheshimiwa, stand up and wave. Thank you. Today you are my visitor in the Speaker's Gallery. Yeah, because you are coming to follow the proceedings of the committee, and thank you for coming. We have Honorable David Masaku, MCA for Motomo Kiboya Ward. Thank you, Honorable Masaku, for accepting to be my visitor. We also have Honorable Dominic Momisi, member for Modha Ward, for also joining us. Asante sana. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa. We also have our county solicitor, Timothy Kialo. Thank you very much, county solicitor. You are there in another capacity now. So thank you very much for coming in that capacity. We have members of the public also in our gallery. We have CPA Robert Katuku. Please stand up and wave, CPA Robert Katuku. Even if you are here in the morning, I have to recognize you again. These are different committee sitting. We have CPA Nicholas Kemanzi. Don't know whether he's here. CPA Eli Kyongoto. We have David Mosili. Thank you, David. We appreciate you. We have Peter Mbiti. Thank you, Peter Mbiti. We appreciate you. We have Joyce Motemwa. Thank you, Joyce Motemwa. We appreciate you. We have Paul Mutua. Thank you, Paul Mutua. We appreciate you. We have Barak Moli. Thank you, Barak. We appreciate you. We have Yohana Kimwele. Thank you, Yohana. We appreciate you. We have Emmanuel Muinde. Thank you, Emmanuel. We appreciate you. We have Moses Mutunga. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you, Mutunga. We have Wambua Nicholas. Asante sana, Wambua. We have Marilyn Nguyo. Marilyn, thank you very much. Is there any member whom I have not recognized? I think I've recognized every member of the public. We have several other members of the public who are following in our social media. We have Evans Mbiti, Daisy Muli, Evans Mbiti and Daisy Muli and others who are also following. And if you have any question, members of the public, feel free, write in a note or comment in our page, and we shall ask Agnes Kawila Molewa all the questions, because we are doing this vetting on behalf of the people of Kitui County, whom we represent. Agnes Kawila, let me bring you to speed why we invited you and the mandate of this committee. This is the committee on appointments of the County Assembly of Kitui. The committee is established under Standing Order number 184 of the Kitui County Assembly Standing Orders pursuant to Article 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Article 185, sub-article 3 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides that a county assembly, while respecting the principle of separation of powers, may exercise oversight over the county executive committee and other county executive organs. Basically, we are oversighting the county executive. The body which interviewed you and nominated you, the selection panel, by the fact that it was nominated by the governor and approved by this house and subsequently appointed by the governor, it became a county executive organ. We have a mandate, constitutional mandate, as per Article 185.3 to oversight the nominees, and you are one of the nominees. Section 4 of the Public Appointments into bracket County Assembly's Approval Act provides that an appointment under the Constitution or any other law for which the approval of the County Assembly is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved by the relevant County Assembly in accordance with this Act. We shall also be guided by the County Assembly's Approval Act, which provides the procedure to be followed in approving, considering your nomination and also approving the same. Further, we shall also be relying on the County Governments Act, which creates the Office of the County Secretary as an office in the County Executive, and of course it provides on the roles of the County Secretary. We believe that you know those roles, I don't need to dwell on that particular provision of the law. This assembly received a message from His Excellency the Governor on 5th of August 2025, nominating yourself as the County Secretary for the County Government of Kitui. Upon receiving the said message from the Governor, the next day, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui issued a communication on 6th August 2025 committing your name to the Committee of Appointments for vetting and for recommendations by the committee. And this committee will vet you, make recommendations to the whole House, and the whole House will consider your nomination, whether to approve or reject, and thereafter we shall submit the report to the appointing authority, who is the Governor. We are further guided by Section 7, Section 8, and Section 9 of the Public Appointments Approvals Act in conducting this vetting exercise. I'm sure you did see a notice in the Daily Nation and the Star newspaper on 6th of January 2026 inviting you to appear before this committee. And I believe that's why you are here. And you are required to submit, to fill a questionnaire and submit it. And we do confirm that we received your questionnaire, which you filled and submitted on time. In the same advert, we are also required by the law, specifically Section 7, subsection 10 of the Public Appointments and Approvals Act, to also invite or rather allow members of the public to submit written memoranda on oath contesting your suitability. We did that, and I want to confirm to you that we have not received any written memoranda by any member of the public contesting your nomination. And that's why the committee will now proceed and vet you so that we can confirm whether you are suitable or not. We further, and the reason why we took time to invite you for vetting, we wrote to the selection panel seeking clarity on some matters which were not clear. But unfortunately, the selection panel did not respond to us. In fact, they said their term ended. And when we tried to look at the law was very clear. The term of the panel was to end after the appointment is over. Appointment ends after the nominees are appointed by the Governor. Nonetheless, we had to continue and do our due diligence. So we took time, we did our due diligence, we verified everything, and that's why now we have invited you. So the committee apologizes to you for the long delay. I know the level of anxiety this kind of nomination can cause, but we have to do our best to ensure that we do proper due diligence, so that if we approve you or fail to approve you, we base our recommendation on facts which we have gathered. At this stage now, the committee has gathered enough information, and that's why we invited you, so that you can clarify a few issues. Lastly, this committee, once it finds you suitable, will prepare a report, table the report before the whole House, and the whole House will debate the report. The whole House may amend the report or adopt it as it is. And after that, we shall forward the same to His Excellency the Governor for the final appointment. Having said that, Madam Agnes Kawila Mulewa, this committee would like to assure you that we are only doing oversight on merits. We know the position of County Secretary is a very political position, but this committee is composed of men and women of highest level of integrity and professionalism, and we assure you that we shall consider your nomination on merits. I further require you, Agnes, to submit your original documents. If you have not submitted, you have submitted, thank you, to the Principal Legal Counsel, so that he may verify them as we proceed with the nomination. With those remarks, I believe now I brought you to speed on why you are here. Apologies for the delay. You were supposed to start your vetting at 2 p.m., but we delayed with the other nominees, and we believe you took more time to prepare yourself. I want to assure you that we shall take the shortest time possible. But in the event that we delay a little bit, please bear with us. We need to be satisfied with your responses before we retreat and write a report. I will now give you 5 minutes, Agnes, to introduce yourself to the committee and to the members of the public who are following. Please tell us your name, your religion, your name, let me repeat, your name, your religion, family background, academic background, professional background, and tell us how your educational and professional background and work experience, how they are related to the position which you applied. And feel free to tell us anything else which you may think is important for the committee to know with regards to you convincing us that you are the best for the position. So please take the 5 minutes and introduce yourself to the committee. Switch on the microphone, please. And there's a bottle of water. Feel free to sip as you proceed. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Agnes Mulewa. I'm a Kenyan and a Christian. I'm married with 2 children. I have a degree in Bachelor of Education from Kenyatta University and a postgraduate degree from the same institution. I attended local schools in Kitui, that is the primary school. I went to Kalinditi Primary School and proceeded to St. Angela's Girls in Kitui County. I would say that I am a career civil servant of over 15 years experience in matters public service, matters leadership, and matters administration. 7 of which I've spent at Southeastern Kenya University, where I served in various positions as a senior administrator in the office of the principal when the university was a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, before it was converted charter and became Southeastern Kenya University. I also served as a Kitui town administrator and the first cohort of students at the town campus. I was the one who was running the campus. I also, at Southeastern Kenya University, served as a chair of department for close to 4 years. I was the chair in charge of Department of Communication, Languages and Communication. And before I exited from the university, I served as an associate dean of students and a dean of students, a position that I would say that was the most challenging, and in one way or the other, made me who I am today. In matters dispute resolution, in matters offering leadership where it is needed, in matters administration, in matters of possessing emotional intelligence, especially when dealing with the youth who are very emotional when it comes to their issues. I joined County Government of Kitui in the year 2018 as a chief officer in the office of the governor. The governor then was Honorable Charity Ngilu, and during her tenure, I served in other offices or departments. I briefly served as chief officer in Department of Basic Education, and then proceeded to serve as chief officer in Department of Public Service and Coordination then. And during this regime, under leadership of Governor Dr. Julius Malombe, I'm serving as a Chief Officer in charge of Public Service Management and in General Administration. And since December 2022, I have been serving as Acting County Secretary at the County Government of Kitui. Also to mention that for 8 years during the former governor's tenure, I served in the same office of the County Secretary in acting capacity for a duration of 8 months. And I would say that the work experience that I've gained as a chief officer, as a chair of department, as a dean of student, and recently having spent close to 4 years in the office of the county secretary, has made me gain a lot of knowledge and expertise in matters relating to administration, in matters relating to leadership, in matters public service. As you know, Chair, being a university lecturer in a public institution, I am a public servant, or I was a public servant. We were governed by the same laws that govern county governments. We use the same PFMA Act when it comes to matters, finance, management, the same procurement law, and so on. And that's the reason why I say I have over 15 years experience in public service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Agnes Kawela Molewa, for that introduction. Allow me ask you a few questions which will require a yes or no response. Do you have a valid clearance certificate?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have a valid clearance by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Have you been cleared by the Credit Reference Bureau?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Have you been cleared by Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Have you been cleared by Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Have you been charged in a court of law or convicted?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Have you been adversely mentioned in an investigatory or parliamentary report?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have dual citizenship?
No, Chair.
Thank you. What is your financial net worth? And kindly give the committee a breakdown of your net worth.
Thank you, Chair, for that question. I would say that my financial net worth is an estimated cost of 78 million. And if I were to break it down, I would group it into land and buildings worth 56.3 million. I've got shares in Sacco and Safaricom worth 6 million. I have got 3 motor vehicles, estimated value of 7 million. I would also declare household related items worth 4.3 million. Livestock and farm produce worth 3.6 million, and cash equivalents of worth 800,000, totaling to 78 million. Chair.
Thank you. Any liabilities?
Currently, I'm out of liabilities. I was, but currently I'm out of liabilities.
Thank you for that clarification. Lastly, what is your current or anticipated sources of income?
Yes, Chair. My anticipated sources of income currently is from personal emoluments that I get as an employee of the county government of Kitui, and also the earnings that I get as dividends and interest from SACCO and Safaricom investments, and a bit from livestock and farm produce.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Let me now allow my colleagues to ask you any questions or make any comments with regards to your nomination. But before we do so, I would like the acting clerk to confirm whether the office of the clerk has done some due diligence with the various government offices with regards to your documentation, because that is a requirement by the law. Kindly, acting clerk, confirm to this committee and to the public whether that has been done and what is the status of the same.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to report to this committee that the office of the clerk has undertaken due diligence with all the offices enshrined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution, starting with NEC, whereby it has been verified to be authentic, ESCC, it has been verified, Higher Education Loans Board, verified, DCI, it has been verified as valid, KRA, that is Tax Compliance Certificate, verified, Official Receiver, no insolvency proceedings, ORPP, verified, universities, verified, and CRB, verified and valid, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a requirement of the law, and I'm sure, having been a public officer for over 15 years, you know that we are required by the law to do that, and I'm sure you do the same with the members of the public officers in the county executive. And we are glad that none of the institutions failed to verify your documents. We also want to inform you that we have not received any public memoranda from any member of the public contesting your suitability to be approved by this committee. The public have no objection to your approval. The necessary government entities have no objection. However, the committee still has the duty to interrogate you and confirm whether you are suitable. So that is the stage where we are. I will now request my colleagues, starting with the Vice Chair, to ask you any question, make any comment as we proceed. And you will be required to answer in adherence to the oath which you took. You need to be truthful. And this committee will not ask you any personal questions. We are only asking you professional questions so that we can determine your suitability. Vice Chair, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Agnes, I have to start by congratulating you for making it to that far. Thank you. I would like to know from you, how will you address political pressure that may compromise your professionalism and ethics?
Switch on your microphone, please. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Allow me to respond to the member that you will agree with me that the office of the County Secretary is an office that is established as a result of political processes that govern the county government, starting with the elections where we get the appointment or the election of the governor. So the political interference is bound to be present in such an office. And the good thing is that having been a public officer, I am guided by the law on how I perform my duties. Public Officer Ethics Act is very clear on how we should conduct matters public service with a lot of professionalism, with a lot of confidentiality, accountability, and we are not supposed to be influenced by our political affiliations or loyalty. there should be a firewall between political loyalty and administrative duties. So I will perform the duties of the county secretary as provided for in the County Government Act, Section 44. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question is, what is the vision and the mission of the county government of Kitui?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The vision for the county government of Kitui is to be a prosperous county with vibrant rural and urban economies whose people enjoy good life or quality life. And the mission is to provide effective services and an enabling environment for the inclusive and sustainable socioeconomic development and the improvement of livelihoods for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair of the committee. Major Leader, please.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Madam Agnes, for making it up to this far. I have only one question for you. One of the role of the county secretary, if you succeed to be approved by this committee and the House and be the county secretary, is to become the hand of the county public service. At some times, you have agreed that that office is well as a political office. There arises disputes between the county assembly and the county executive. As the county secretary, if approved, which approach will you be able to use to make sure that you resolve those disputes between the county assembly and the county executive to ensure that there is harmonious and cordial relationship between the two arms of the government, because you know this can adversely affect service delivery in any county government.
Thank you. Agnes, please, there's a member of the public who is saying they can't hear you. Your Philip Mutiziakom is saying they can't hear you. Please try to be audible so that the public can hear you. Switch on your microphone and try to be audible, please.
Noted, Chair. Thank you. Honorable Chair, it is true what the member has concluded on this particular question, on saying that disputes within a county assembly and county executive will affect the harmonious and cordial relationship between the two arms of government. So any dispute that arises between the two arms of government is likely to affect service delivery to the people of Kitui. And as a county secretary, first of all, given that I execute my mandates or on the side of the executive, I should be able to take a neutral stand on the matter at hand, on dispute at hand, and invest in knowing the root cause of the dispute, so that I can make an informed decision on how I'm going to deal with the matter. Two, I would be willing to push for negotiations between the two arms of government, where possible, to enable smooth conversations that are not forced from any side of the arm of government, so that the matter can be resoluted amicably. As a county secretary also, I will be willing to invest more in knowing the possible solutions of the matter at hand, so that I can advise the appointing authority accordingly when it comes to that dispute. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Your leader, are you done?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think Madam Agnes has answered my question successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Agnes, you are serving as a Chief Officer, Public Service and Public Service Management, currently under the leadership of the Governor Julius Makao Malombe as a Chief Officer. I want to ask you a very interesting question. That you have a job right now, so why are you interested in working as a county secretary and already you have a job?
Are you trying to say that she should have reserved this position to another citizen?
Exactly.
Okay, that's a tricky question, Agnes, but I know you have heard the question well. Please respond. Switch on your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And it is true, I am currently working as a Chief Officer in charge of Public Service, Management and General Administration. And I would say that I've worked as Chief Officer for about now 8 years. And in every career path there is room for advancement. And given the experience that I have gained throughout my working period, I feel that I will be in a position to execute the duties that are defined in the office of the County Secretary. And again, I would wish Chair to say that it is not as if I'm willing to have two positions at the same time. Still, the vacancy will be there if this committee finds me fit to be recommended for the appointment of this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Minority Leader.
Very well. Agnes, you have quoted that you have acted in acting capacity as a county secretary. And during the last regime of Her Excellency the Governor, Charity Kaluki Ngilu, and currently you are also acting, you are in acting capacity as a county secretary. There is a very serious issue. If approved by this committee, I would like to know how you will tackle on that issue. And the issue cuts across the looming county-wide strike threat by the county government staff, and specifically the clinical officers. And the strike is over non-implementation of the CRC approved salary adjustments. You can also see it in the health sector. So as a county secretary, how will you manage this industrial relation to ensure that the people of Kitui County receive better services without all. And we need someone who can fix this problem once and for all.
Thank you, Madam Leader. Madam Agnes, please switch on your microphone.
Honorable Chair, I wish to respond to the question before me from the member of this committee on the ongoing county strike for our clinical officers. It is true, the clinical officers of this county government have been on strike since 2017. Of importance to note is that it is not only clinical officers from Kitui County government, a nationwide strike by all clinical officers that the honorable member has mentioned some. The failure to salaries or remunerations for employees of county governments for 2 circles now. They also had an issue with the signing of their CBA with the health ministry, and also an issue to do with the extraneous allowance that was supposed to be paid to the clinical officers. Chair, I would say that sometimes some of the strikes that happen within Kitui County Public Service are caused by the national strike, bit of it, and we find ourselves with no choice. However, we try to engage, and in this particular case, I want to confirm before this committee, we have engaged our clinical officers, together with the County Public Service Board members, the Ministry of Health and Sanitation, with our county solicitor, and also the HR department to see how best we can deal with this particular issue. We also invited their representatives or their union leaders from the national office. And we agreed that the salary increment is not only an issue of the county government of Kitui, it is an issue that is affecting all counties. And what happened is that the recommendations were given to the county government, but the resources were not given to the county government. Actually, effecting the SRC circular will cost our county close to 300 million in salary increment. And the Council of Governors had written back to request that the counties be facilitated first with the budget in order to effect those changes. And as we speak, there are ongoing negotiations on the same issue. But besides that, employees within public service are protected by the Labor Relations Act 2007, which gives them the right to picket. We have been, let me begin by saying that we have been doing very well when it comes to internal strikes within our county government. We have had very fruitful negotiations with our doctors, with our clinical doctors, with our nurses, and we have made a lot of improvement in areas where disputes were emanating from, mainly on stagnation and promotions. I would wish to assure this committee, if they recommend and find me suitable for this position, I will enhance the relationship between my office and that of the office bearers of the unions, in order to be in a constant dialogue and to be dealing with disputes before they lead to strikes. There is always room to report what the dispute is before the union members resort to go on strike. So I intend, if found suitable for this office, to encourage communication, open communication with the union members, whereby I will be keen to listen to their grievances in order to avert such strikes in future. Thank you, Chair.
Madam, you know, Madam Agnes, you are still the acting county secretary. So if you are telling us if you are found to be suitable and then appointed, you will, but you are acting in that office. What have you done? You know, you are already acting in that office. What have you done to convince us that, because there is no difference in terms of mandate and authority between being on acting capacity or being on a substantive capacity. You are still the CS. Remove the word acting, you are still the CS. So what have you been doing? And what can you do better if now you are in a substantive position as a CS?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I was responding to the question that if now I'm substantively in that office. And as I had mentioned, we have been having good negotiations with the trade, with workers' unions within Kitui County Public Service. I would say that we have had very insightful discussions with the doctors, with clinical officers before, with the nurses. We have had regular meetings with them to discuss issues of their concern. And as I had said, Chair, we have been able to sort most of the grievances that have been brought forward by the union, especially to do with the promotions and stagnation of staff. I am confident that I have truly delivered when it comes to the negotiation with the workers' unions that we have. And I intend to even improve on that, because I believe in everything there is room for improving further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minor Leader, are you satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied, but I would like to hear from Agnes. There is a very serious, this issue of career stagnation in Kitui County is a thorn in flesh. And I can give you an example. There are these things we call vocational training centers, and they have managers. You realize since devolution, those VTC managers, most of them, they are on the same level. We have gone for county oversight, and we have visited in some of them, and I am giving them like examples. They have stagnated in one job group, and therefore it loses the staff morale. So I would like us to seek more strong emphasis from you, if you are approved by this committee, on what differently you will do on this matter, so that we can improve the status of our workers.
And as you answer that, Agnes, there's a question by a member of public here, which is related, by the name Josephat Mutati, who is requesting us to ask you, if appointed as County Secretary for Kitui County, what will be your top three priorities in improving public service delivery and governance? And how do you plan to involve local communities in these efforts? So please combine those two questions and respond accordingly. We continue to encourage the public to write to us any question which they may have or any comment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to start with the question that was asked by the member on the issue of stagnation and career progression of our county workers. And I would wish to confirm that it is true that Kitui County Public Service was faced with this challenge of stagnation and lack of promotions for county staff. And we had cases where some of the county officers had stagnated for over 10 years in public service. And we know that really lowers the morale of the county employees if promotions are not taking place. But I would say that the issue of promotions in public service is based on many things. It is actually based on many things. Most of the times, people may think that promotions are automatic, and that is not the case, even in common cadre positions, where staff expects to graduate to the next job group after 3 years. It is a process. It is a process. Staff performance is evaluated through staff appraisals. You have to be a performer for you to be promoted to the next grade. There is a scheme of service that gives the requirements for you to qualify to be promoted to the next grade. There are also matters to do with discipline. You would be promoted, for example, if you are facing a disciplinary case within the public service. And one thing I would wish to say that we have made progress in that office is that when His Excellency Dr. Julius Malombe came in 2022, we were tasked to come up with ministerial committees, each ministry to seek, and from the office of the county secretary, we provided them with technical support, with an HR person, to look at the issue of stagnation within their ministries. And we were able to get the reports back. And as a result of that, we have made over 1,500 promotions, of which 1,378 of them are for common cadre, and we recently promoted through internal competitiveness interviews, something that had really taken too long for us to do. So on that side, I would say that we are progressing well. And a few people who are complaining that they are stagnating, we are advising them accordingly. You will find that, for example, a driver comes to you, they want to be promoted, and they do not have the proficiency certificate that is required as per the scheme of service. And again, last year, we have carried capacity building and training of our county staff on especially HR manual and procedures, so that our staff will be well informed on what is needed of them to be promoted. And for sure, this is one area that I'm proud of. We have been able to promote our county staff, to redesignate those who had requested for their redesignations, and we will continue to monitor the promotions, and even sometimes provoke those who are not being promoted within public service in order to go out and gain the required expertise for them to be promoted to the next cadre. So we want this thing of stagnation within the public service to be a thing of past. But again, Chair, allow me to say that these promotions also are guided by the finances that we have. Because for us, especially on the competitive category, we have to have provision of budget for these promotions to take place, Thank you. On the priorities that I will put in place if confirmed in this office, and to involve the public. One of the priorities, and that office being a public service office, I would wish to ensure that we have a career progression for all cadres. Because you'll find that we have some positions within the public service that do not have career progressions. So even we do not know what to use for us to promote staff. So far we have done for our ECD teachers, and again we have done for our enforcement officers. And as a result, we are able now to promote them. I would wish that every other staff within the county public service, they have their career progression, and they will be motivated, knowing very well that they will be eligible for promotion as per their scheme of service. Another area I will work on is the employees' welfare. Motivated workforce is very important for service delivery. Employees are motivated through giving them the working tools for employees, and especially in this era of technology, whereby we need our employees to be equipped with proper working tools like laptops to enable them to carry out research. That is something that I will truly be pushing our departments and our ministries to ensure that the staff that they have within their ministries are facilitated with the right tools for them to perform their duties. And on the side of public, the best way a county government and the executive involves the government is actually in decision making. And in decision making, when we participate in public participations, in enhancing the way we do our public participation to ensure that more people are invited and they participate in making decisions. If it is on the side of our service providers, making sure that we do not have pending bills, and in one way or the other affecting our very own people who are providing us with those services, that will be very key. And lastly, performance. Performance is the most important thing. I feel that we need to change the culture of our public service to be more positive when it comes to performance of our employees. We need to be seen as if we are doing our work for the public good. Thank you.
So you fully support the performance contracting?
Sure.
And we have been seeing performance contracting being done to ministers, chief officers. Is it being done to all employees of the county government? Or it is only the topmost employees?
Chair, if you allow me to respond to that.
Yes.
Yes, we are doing performance contracting to all employees. For the lower cadre, below assistant director, we are doing staff appraisals, and from assistant director all the way to our county executive committee members, we are doing performance contracts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, are you done? Start, we can proceed.
Yes, Chair, I'm done, and I wish Agnes all the best during this vetting exercise.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Minority Whip, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have one question that I want to ask in regard to public service. How do you intend to promote professionalism, discipline, and ethical conduct within the public service? This question, I got it from our visit to the county facilities within the county. We visited an hospital in, I think, Zombe. Jeremiah. where was it? Zombe Motitu. Zombe, where we found an employee, I think it is Zombe, where we found an employee who is an accountant, comes to reports to duty while drunk. And the employee was drunk to an extent that when we got to that place.
I would like to inform you.
Okay.
Yeah, please, Minority Leader, please.
Yes, I want to inform to you, Minority Whip, that yes, it was Zombe, for 3 hospital, the accountant. We found him there.
Thank you. You may proceed now.
So this employee, at first, he admitted that he's not an employee in the facility. And when he got to work, we told the main soup to bring the employees that are under him. Then the man was brought back to us. When he was brought back to us, he admitted that he's now the accountant. And he was very drunk. And this is not the only case. There are cases where employees they relax, they have laxity in the way they perform their duties. There is some kind of unethical contact in some of the employees. So if you are substantially given this job, how do you plan to solve this problem that we have with some of our county employees?
Thank you very much. That is a very good question, Madam CS, and I'm sure you are familiar of several other similar cases. Only that at least just like last week we did oversight and Mwashima was able to encounter that employee, but there are several other employees who have also completely absconded duty and they are paid. Others who are very unethical, maybe they are demanding for extra payment before they can serve the public. And you know, you are the head of public service, county public service. How do you handle such situations? And some employees, maybe they have godfathers and godmothers. They think they are untouchable. So how do you handle such situations? Not even after you are appointed, you are the acting CS. How have you been handling such situations?
Thank you, Chair. I want to agree that, as I had said before, we need to change the culture of public service. And we need to have our employees conduct themselves in a way that they are adhering to the public service code of conduct that guides all public employees in conduct of their duty. And I want to confirm what Honorable Member has said, that in our public service we are facing challenges where employees are absconding duty and others are abusing alcohol. And most of the cases, Chair, one of the duties that have been delegated to me by the county public service is on discipline of county employees. And I wish to confirm to this committee that most discipline issues that we are having currently, most of them are to do with absenteeism and alcoholism. And we are dealing with those cases as provided by our county human resource and procedure manual. And those who are caught capable of the offense, we are taking the appropriate action as provided by law. And we have withdrawn payment of salaries from some of the employees as a result of these behaviors. And again, the disciplinary process within the county public service is a bit long. You know, sometimes if something is not brought to the attention of the office of the county secretary, it may take long for us to execute it. So one of the ways that I keep on reminding our supervisors of county employees, you know, chief officers are the head of county departments. Within the county departments, there are other heads of departments. And it is the role of the supervisor to be able to know their employees and their conduct. And they should report appropriately to the relevant offices of their conduct. And as you have said, the Ministry of Health has been a challenge for us. But I can assure you, Honorable Chair, we are dealing with such cases. We are dealing with such cases not only to punish, but sometimes it's to find the root cause of the problem. With the current medical cover, we are able even to take our employees who are faced with the challenges of alcoholism to rehab. We have done that. For absenteeism, we have even recommended dismissal because you are not supposed to earn salary that you have not worked for. So we will continue to tighten the belts on matters discipline of county employees in order to have the right culture that we need to have in public service. Thank you.
And Madam Acting CS.
Yes.
Would you categorize non-performance by an employee as a matter which should be subjected to disciplinary? Because somebody may not be a drunkard or may not abscond duty, but they don't perform. So would you categorize non-performance as a matter which should be subjected to disciplinary measures?
Yes, Chair, I totally agree. Non-performance is also another issue. We may not group it as a discipline issue per se, but I think the essence of a performance management system and having performance contracts in place is to measure the performance. And if we do staff appraisals and we find that an employee is underperforming, before we take an advance position on the case, we also provide an employee with an avenue to improve by even recommending them for training to improve their skills. But again, even within the public service, we are allowed to dismiss such an employees who are unable to perform, even after capacity building them. Thank you.
Have you dismissed any before for non-performance for the last 8 years when you have been?
Mostly we have dismissed as a result of absenteeism. Absenteeism, yes.
But there are some who don't perform. So what would you do? Because they are being paid, yeah, they are not working. So how do you deal with them?
Sure, you will find that most of those who are underperforming are those who are absent. So you will find that they also fall under the category of absenteeism.
Don't be smart with me. Somebody is not absent, they are present. They are not into alcoholism, but they are not performing. I'm sure those cases are there. Ask the MCS. They know. Honorable yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
What the Speaker is saying is that sometimes you go to a government facility and you find the workers. That is the government employees. They are just seated. They don't care about who has come. They don't serve the client, and they are just doing stories round. And see that there's an example. We went to another hospital where they were not even concerned that you have come. They were busy at the field, basking. It's an hospital. So that employee is actually on duty every day, but the employee doesn't work. he comes faithfully on duty at 8 a.m.
Yes.
and at least faithfully at 5:30 p.m.
Yes.
but not doing work. And people complain and complain, and the workers, those workers don't care. So the Speaker is asking if this could be a form of indiscipline, because we have alcoholism and we also have an issue of absenteeism. Actually, an employee that doesn't work is like absconding duty while on duty.
Yes. Thank you. Vice Chair, you also want to clarify? Vice Chair of the committee.
I was telling Madam CS, it is like she wanted to put the
point of order. She's not the CS yet.
The acting.
The acting CS, yeah, okay. Please proceed.
The acting, yeah? It's nice. She wanted to put them in the same category, the non-performers and absenteeism. They have different, they are different how they are not performing. It's like she wanted to put the same category. They are all not performing, eh? But remember, one is absent, the other one is there, but is not performing.
In other words, value for money. Where
Yeah,
are
exactly.
we paying that employee? Remember our wage bill. Remember, you saw when we submitted a supplementary one. You remember the comments by COB. I'm sure you know the comments by the COB. A very huge wage bill. And we have so many employees who are doing nothing. So, you are now the substantive CS. What measures now? Let's assume now you are starting afresh. What measures will you put in place to ensure that employees who are not performing face some kind of disciplinary measures? What measures will you take?
Thank you, Chair, for that clarification. I totally agree with what you are saying, because the reason why you are employed is for you to perform perform duties and responsibilities, and if you are not doing so, you are in one way or the other contravening the law that gave you that position in the first place. And even though I said that most cases of non-performance will come out during staff appraisals, and I want to assure this committee, if a report from a supervisor comes forth to the CRIMAC committee on a particular employee is unable to perform, definitely it will be dealt with. It will be dealt with because there is no discrimination in handling indiscipline matters. And as you have put it, Honorable Chair, there is need to tighten supervision of county employees in the county government of Kitui, and that one I want to agree with you. And if I'm found suitable for this position, I will task the chief officers to put extra effort in ensuring that they know their employees by their names and where they work. They should be able to know who has reported to work and who has not, and they should bring to the attention of the office of the county secretary employees who are underperforming for appropriate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you done, Minority Whip?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you, Madam Agnes, for the response. I was actually looking for the word supervision and monitoring and evaluation, going around checking what they're doing. And I believe you said what I thought was right. So I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Honorable Priscilla, now that you mentioned chief officers, let me recognize a chief officer who has joined us in the Speaker's Gallery. Bretta Mwangangi, please stand up and wave. Thank you, Madam Bretta. We recognize you. We also have another member of the public, Florence Mwange. Thank you very much, Madam, for coming to witness this vetting process. And let me at least balance between the public who are in the social media platform and my colleagues here, and ask two questions by some members of the public. We have a lady called Maureen Kasioka Mwema. How will you manage county records, comma, cabinet resolutions, comma, and the communications between the executive and the county assembly to ensure accuracy and institutional memory? I'm sure you know those are some of the mandates of the county secretary. We have a gentleman called John Mudhoka who is asking you to respond on what has been perceived across the board in the country on ghost workers affecting public wage in one way or the other, perhaps even compromising service delivery. Let me ask a third one, and you combine it so that you combine all of them. Why the county? This is called Mediator Evans Mwendwa. It's asking why the county government of Kitui has not implemented any single clause of the return to work agreement signed between themselves and the nurses last year that ended their strike. Please respond to those three questions and just go straight to the point.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will begin with a question by Maureen on county records, cabinet decisions, and communications. And I wish to say that the office of the county secretary is key in management of county records, and also confirm to this committee chair that in Kitui County Public Service, we passed a county records management policy that details on the management of records within the public service in order to ensure that information on data that is provided within the county government itself and also to the public is vetted, because we also recognize that the public have been given a mandate to access public information once they request for it through the Access to Information Act. On cabinet decisions, this is one of the role of the county secretary in managing the affairs of the county executive committee and communicating the decisions that have been made during cabinet to respective authorized officers for action to be taken. And of key is also to fast track and again do follow-ups to ensure that the communication that has been done from the office of the county secretary has been implemented. As the question has been asked, communication from the office of the county secretary is very crucial for the whole functioning of the county public service, because the office has a continuation role to communicate communications within the ministries and the departments. On the issue of ghost workers, I would say that this is an issue that has come out in different counties within our country, and in one way or the other is affecting the wage bill of county. But if you remember, Honorable Chair, there has been a circular on wage bill that the county government of Kitui is in the process of implementing, whereby we are required to verify all the academic certificates so that we can do away with those who have gotten into public service through crooked ways. So, and with the new system, and even with the IPPD that we had before, and the human resource management system that is being used, and having done away with manual payment of workers, it would be very difficult for a county to have ghost workers. That one I want to assure members. And on return to work formula for nurses, I want to confirm that it is not true, that nothing that has been done. I know sometimes employees want everything to be done at once. The issue of nurses were to do with promotions, were to do with those who specialized, offering specialized duties or services, and we have done a lot. I know the element that is remaining is for the competitive positions, especially to allow those who are working within the public service and have got the prerequisite qualifications to get an advantage to apply for these positions. But we are doing something about it, Chair.
Thank you very much. I believe those who asked those questions have heard your comments. Thank you for your response. Let me now request Honorable Priscilla Mother Makomi, nominated member by Wiper Party, but representing the women of Kitui County. So please, Madam Priscilla, take the floor and ask any question or make any comment.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, Madam Agnes, I will just ask just 3 simple questions or clarification. When I was going through your CV in your academic papers, you have submitted your degree for education. And you have indicated in your CV that you have worked as a teacher, you have worked as a chief officer, and you have also worked as an acting county secretary. Can you demonstrate to this committee how this qualification and the professional relate to the position that you are nominated for? That is one. I want you to write down so that we can go quickly. Again, I would like to know what measures will you put in place to ensure accountability and the transparency in execution in your duties. That is 2. And the 3, why do you believe you are suitable for the appointment as a county secretary in Kitui County?
Thank you. I believe, Madam Agnes, you have heard the questions. Those are the only questions you want us to answer them at the same time?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Madam,
yes,
please,
Mr. Chair.
Please, Madam Agnes, please proceed if you are ready.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to respond to the honorable member of this committee. It is very true, Chair, that I'm a teacher. As I said earlier, I taught at Southeastern Kenya University. And as a teacher, I am a public servant. I am a public servant by the virtue of being a teacher. In my interactions as a teacher, and even the perceived role of a teacher in our society, I would say that a teacher is seen as a leader, as an administrator, qualities that I have gained by the virtue of being a lecturer at the Southeastern Kenya University. As a chief officer, this is a position that has enabled me to understand more on matters devolution, matters county governments. And it has given me an opportunity to relate with regulations and laws relating to devolution. And for the 8 years that I've been working in the county government of Kitui, I would say that these 3 positions, as you have put them, they have built me to be a better administrator, to be a better public officer, because the duties across the 3 areas, they put me in a position to be head of administration in those various departments. As a chief officer, you are the head of administration within the department. You are in charge of the human resource and the finances within that department. And you are required by law to perform your duties guided by regulations, especially when it comes to matters finance, the Public Management Finance Act, and the Procurement and Disposal Act. I would say that these positions I have had since then as a lecturer at Southeastern Kenya University has built to who I am today, has given me the requirements that has been stipulated in Section 44 of the County Government Act as the requirements for the appointment of a county secretary, whereby one is required to be a Kenyan citizen, one is required to have over 10 years experience in professional offices, and especially 5 of which should be at a senior level. I would say all these positions, from the chair of department to the dean of students, chief officer, acting county secretary, they are senior positions within the public service. And as a result, I feel and I am convinced that I have the credentials that are required for the position of this office. How will I ensure accountability and transparency within the public service? I would say that the Article 232 of the Supreme Law, our Constitution, is one of the values and principles of public service. Accountability and transparency is key in execution of our duties. It is supposed to be embraced by all county employees. And for us to work with the same strength, there is need to capacity build our public service, our employees, with matters accountability, matters transparency. They need to know what is required of them when it comes to matters accountability. They need to know that they are accountable for their actions. They should be able to own what they do, and as a result, be willing to carry the cross where they have deviated from the norm of public service. On matters transparency, transparency within the public service and also to the public, we are required as a county government to be able to provide information that is required relating to county government. In the office of the county secretary, I am in a position or to give, and I should, by law, to give information on data that is required, maybe by the county assembly, pertaining issues of county executive, and so on. Why I'm suitable, I think I have responded to that, Chair. As I have said, I feel my wealth experience in matters, public service, administration, leadership have really built me to who I am today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your response. Honorable Priscilla, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To this honorable lady, she has answered Agnes has answered my questions. and I wish her all the best as a woman of Kitui County.
Thank you. Thank you. Agnes, please take a sip of water because there are so many questions, you know, and because we are doing this on behalf of the public, we have no option. We have to ask you all the questions because we want to be very sure that we are recommending for appointment a competent person who is suitable. There are several other questions from the public. We have Erastus Neil. I'll read 3, then you can respond to them. We have Erastus Neil who is asking, in practice, the roles of the County Public Service Board, comma, the County Secretary, and the County Human Resource HR departments in Kenya often appear duplicative, largely due to gaps in legal clarity, weak internal controls, and politicization of county administration. What is your opinion on this? Should I repeat or is clear? I can repeat, yeah, because it's a long one. In practice, the roles of the County Public Service Board, Cpsb, the County Secretary, and the County Human Resource departments in Kenya, not just Kitui, in Kenya, often appear duplicative, largely due to gaps in legal clarity, weak internal controls, and politicization of county administrations. What is your opinion on this? There's another one here. There are several comments, and actually all of them are positive, so I'll not read comments. Let me just read the questions. There are several members of the public who have made some comments in our page. We have Kyoko Samson who is asking, would you consider appointment to vacancy? I don't understand, to vacancy for attaché and have stipend. Basically, would you advocate for attachments with stipends? And I think there's a policy which is before the assembly, which we are working on, a youth policy. Let me ask you the last one. Ask the nominee of any measurable developments or reforms she has ever delivered to the county public service in her acting capacity. What measurable development or reforms have you delivered to the county public service in your acting capacity? Please respond to those 3.
Thank you, Chair. The first question is on the duplicative, perceived duplicative role of the county secretary, the county public service board, and HR department because of lack of legal clarity and politicization. Allow me to respond to these questions in brief, Chair. And I would say that from my point of view, there is no duplication of roles of the county secretary, that of the county public service, and that of the HR department. The duplicative position is perceived, is actually perceived. And I think mainly it is because all these entities or departments or offices for them to differentiate which part of human resource does that office perform. The roles of the county public service are very distinctive, and they are provided by Section 59 of the County Government Act. The county public service is the employer, sometimes it delegates some of the roles to the county chief officer. And I want to give an example on matters employees discipline. I've been delegated that role to deal with the matters employees discipline. But at my position, I cannot make. HR is an organ within public service, and the county secretary, being the head of county public service, they work seamlessly with HR because they are dealing with the same things. So there is no duplication. I think the law is very clear. HR is a department within public service, and the roles that are done in HR, actually, they are the same functions that are delegated to the office, from the office of the county secretary or from the county public service board. There is politicization because these offices are perceived to be the ones that should provide the public with jobs. Let me say that. And even from the recent advertisements, many people perceive that it is the county secretary who is recruiting, or it is the department of HR that is recruiting. But the position is that the employer is the county public service board. In our office, we cannot carry out those duties. Approved, would you approve attachment with stipend? Yeah. I would say that we have students who come on attachment to the county ministries and the departments, and this is one area that we have done very well. We have allowed our students who are in universities to be given an opportunity to be attached within the public service because it is a requirement. And we feel that when we enable them and providing them with that opportunity for an attachment, we are doing what we are required to do. We are in one way giving back to the society, and they feel they belong to the county. They were able to get that opportunity. But we do not offer stipend. As per our human resource procedures manual, there is no stipend for attachment. But if we had an approved internship policy, internship will provide for stipend, which is, I totally support that it is a good thing that we provide our youth with an opportunity for internship and a stipend at the same time. Are there measurable development that I can say I've achieved? Yes, Chair, I would say that I'm a very proud acting county secretary. One of the achievements that I'm proud in is that as a county government of Kitui, we have an authorized staff establishment. Many years, lack of approved staff establishment has been an unwanted query. But for the last 2 years, with the approved staff establishment, we have not had that query. And the authorized staff establishment is very key when it comes to issues of public service. The promotions of staff, it is something that gives me joy when I know that we have been able to unlock that stagnation that had taken place for long. And the staff appreciate. Definitely there are those who will complain because their turn has not come. And, but for those who have seen and those who have been the beneficiaries of these promotions, redesignations, they really appreciate, and it is something that we will continue to do. And again, there are many policies that are touch on HR issues that have been passed by the county executive that we have worked together tirelessly with the county public service board to do with the secondment policy, to do with the leave of absence. We have also done staff development policy that will allow our staff to go out and learn. Like you remember, we had a case of doctors where they had gone to study without approvals. Now we have well-guided procedures within our policy on how that can happen, and I'm very proud of that. And again, the staff welfare, whereby we have been having medical cover. It was an issue. But I think staff within the public service are enjoying the services of medical cover. Thank you.
Very much for responding to those questions by the public. Allow me, as we proceed, to recognize we have another member of the public who has joined us here in the press gallery. We have Brenda Mwende. Please raise your hand if you are here. Thank you. Let me ask you some few other questions from the public. We have Christine Mwende, who is asking, dress code has become a major problem among county employees, whereby some members, I think, let me read the full question. Dress code has become a major problem, whereby some county employees go to work almost naked. How will this be rectified? And I'm sure you are aware that some employees are not observing dress code. Now it is the era of my dress, my choice. But is there a policy, a dress code policy? Like here in the assembly, we have a policy on how we dress. Do you have a policy on how county government employees should dress? And if no, what measures will you take to ensure that the same are there? So that is question number one. Let me actually combine two so that we finish. What measures will you take, this movie, Jeff? What measures will you take on the employees who have stayed on one job group for more than 5 years? And there's another gentleman called Katana. How will you balance appointment as the head of public service to reflect the image of Kitui County and promote inclusivity? How would you balance appointment as head of public service to reflect the image of Kitui County and promote inclusivity? So those are some of the questions which we could ask. There are so many, but for now we'll have to stop at that point. So please respond to those two so that we can conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue of dress code within the public service, all county staff within the public service are guided by our human resource management and procedure manual, and the dress code for our county staff should be official. And I want to confirm that we have cases that have been mentioned, and I have come across them. Many times I've sent staff back home to dress appropriately when I meet with them across the corridors. And we have even communicated in writing to our chief officers to notify the staff under their departments of the correct dress code of public service. It is not even within only Kitui County Public, it cuts across the public service in Kenya. There is dress code which is supposed to be official. And when we talk of official dress code, I think we know that that is modesty dressing. And I want to assure you, Chair and honorable members, that we will relook into this issue of dress code. Now that I can see there are even other people who are taking note of it, and ensure that if the supervisors of this staff do not take appropriate action, the action will be taken on them. we need to project the image of public service. And the image of public service denotes respect, it denotes integrity. On those who have stagnated for more than 5 years, I had dealt with this issue of promotions. There are those who think that automatically after 3 years they should be promoted, and maybe within the scheme of service there are other requirements that they have not met, but we will do more sensitization on it. And we also request and inform our county employees to be visiting the Human Resource Department to request, even to find out why is it that I'm not being promoted. And some of them have been able to do so, and they have been advised on what to do. You are required to have a proficiency certificate in clerical. Those who have gone to the department, they have been advised accordingly. Even in my office, I have advised them so. So for the categories of competitive promotions, you know, within the public service, it reaches a point where promotions are not like in common card automatic. They are purely being based on staff establishment. That is the availability of the vacancy, the need of that skill, whether it is needed within the public service, and whether there is provision for finances to cover for the cost of the wages for the employee. So we will relook on all these matters. My advice to those who feel within the public service they have stagnated is that they reach out to the Human Resource Department to know what has caused their stagnation, and we will be able to unlock that. On now, I will ensure balance in appointments to reflect the image of Kitui County. I'm assuming these are appointments of new employees by the county public service. Yes, and as the question had been asked earlier, you will find that appointments for sure are done by the County Public Service Board. But I know they are guided, and the norms of public service, they apply to the members of County Public Service Board, and they are guided by the principles of a public service when it comes to recruitments, that they should recruit based on merit and fair competition. They should not be seen to be discriminating based on gender, based on where a person comes from. And also, they are supposed even to consider the minorities. And I know the chair and the team are competent enough, and they will ensure that we will get the best of the best in the appointments. Thank you, Chair.
Very much, Madam Agnes. Let me ask you, what is the term, in terms of years, what is the term of a county secretary?
Thank you, Chair. As per the County Government Act, the term is 5 years, yes, renewable only once.
That is true. The County Government Act is amended, by Section 15. The term of a county secretary is 5 years. I believe you know that we are only we are remaining with 1 year, 6 months, and I think 22 days to the end of this regime. Does that mean that the 5 years will spill over to the next regime? That's what it means? Yes or no? Or it ends at the end of this regime? According to you.
Honorable Chair, 5 years, in public service there is no vacuum, there is continuity, but again the years are based on performance.
No, it's a straightforward question.
It is for 5 years, the appointment is for 5 years.
So it means it
crosses over, yes.
To the next
Chair.
regime.
Yes.
Because that is the law.
Yes.
So, assuming you are approved by this House and you are appointed by the governor for a term of 5 years, which will cross over to the next regime, and assuming there is no lacuna and another governor comes how will you handle that situation where you are recruited or you are appointed by one governor, and now there's another governor who has come. And remember, a county secretary is a very senior member of the county executive, as per Section 44 of the County Governments Act. How will you handle that situation, Madam Agnes Kawela Mulewa?
Thank you, Chair. I would say that I have got I had an opportunity to transit from one government to the other. And I can assure you there is no easy transition, because leaders have got a different vision, and the way they conduct their business is different. But one thing I know is that the office of the county secretary is very crucial when it comes to matters transition. Even if the county secretary was not to transit to the other government, that office, by the virtue of being in that office, you are the chair of the assumption to the office of the governor. And you are supposed to chair meetings that will oversee transition of the governor-elect with the outgoing governor. So in that office, I will be required to perform my duties diligently to ensure that I give the outgoing and incoming governor the necessary support that is required, and more importantly, to be able to furnish the incoming governor with the state of the public service, so that it will be very easy for the governor to get along and proceed. I think a lack of clear transition leads to even some of the good programs, maybe that were being done by the previous governor, not being undertaken by the incoming governor, simply because there was no that good briefing on matters that were ongoing and matters that need to proceed. So I think I would be able to play my role without any prejudice, professionally. Yes, thank you, Speaker.
In other words, you are saying you have done it before and you can do it again. That's what you are saying.
I did it before, not as county secretary, but I can do
but
it.
You have transitioned into government.
Yes.
So, so the people of Kitui County should should believe that because your term will spill over, so there will be no chaos. We should believe that you will do a proper transition. That's what you are saying.
Sure, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then finally, I'm sure you live in this county, and of course you work in the county government of Kitui. And previously, there has been a very bad relationship between the county assembly and the county executive. And I'm sure you know. Some of the reasons why that relationship has been bad is because the House makes resolutions here, and those resolutions are never implemented by the county executive. Remember, you are the secretary to the cabinet. That has been the main cause of friction between the county assembly and the county executive. The House does oversight. They come up with motions. The motions are forwarded to the county executive through the county secretary. They are never implemented. And also, you being the acting county secretary, I'm sure you have heard of cases where CCMs are invited to appear before the various assembly committees, and they don't honor those invitations. And you have been the acting county secretary. Now, and of course previously, some CCMs may have felt that you are just acting. After all, you are just a chief officer. But now, let's assume that you become the substantive county secretary. what measures will you take to ensure full implementation of our county assembly legislations, or if full implementation is not possible, at least an explanation, because the MCAs represent the people. And when county executive members are invited by the assembly, the need for them to honor summons, and what other measures will you take? Because I'm sure you know, as per our constitution, the county assembly and the county executive, they must work hand in hand for the sake of ensuring development to our county. But of late, there has been a very sharp division between the county assembly and the county executive. And I've explained to you the reasons. So how would you handle such a situation? Because the county secretary, actually, you are the contact person between the county assembly and the county executive is the county secretary. You'll be the contact person. So how will you, being the contact person of the county executive, and on our hand we have the clerk who is the contact person, how will you ensure that there is a smooth working relationship between the county assembly and the county executive? Can you respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. As you have said, there is need for the county assembly and county executive to work hand in hand for the good of our people. And the office of the county secretary is key in facilitating some of the requests that from the county assembly to the county executive, and especially where county executive committee members are invited by sectorial committees to shed light on matters pertaining their ministries. And Chair, I want to say that this one I'm really surprised, because every time communication comes from the county assembly, from the office of the county secretary, we forward to relevant chief officers, relevant county executive committee members for action. And most of the times where members of the county executive committee are not able to honor the invitation, they have also written through my office to request for postponement of such meetings. And now, from what you have said, it appears that there are some who never appear at all. And you have said, I have a duty to ensure that there is that harmony between county executive and the county assembly. I want to assure members of this committee, Chair, that going forward, maybe I need to have a good tracking system of communications from the county assembly, and also do follow-ups to know who has been able to respond to the invites and those who have not honored, so that we can continue to enhance our relationship, and as a result, provide good services to our people. Chair, I want to assure you that the office of the county secretary will be facilitative, will do follow-ups to ensure that some of the summons that come from the county assembly are honored. And if there is any reason that would make an executive member not appear before you, is communicated in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that assurance, because it is our desire as the County Assembly of Kitui that we work in harmony with the county executive, because we are one government. A county executive cannot operate on its own, County Assembly cannot operate on our own. We need each other. We need to support each other so that we serve our people. Honorable members of the committee, do you have any further questions? I think there seems to be none. Now let me give you an opportunity, Madam Acting CS and our nominee for the position of CS. Please convince us further. If there's anything which you may have wanted to tell us, or if you have a question for us for clarification, I'll give you 3 minutes so that you can do your closing remarks and convince us further where we should recommend your approval by the House. Please take the floor. And if you have any question, feel free to ask us. We are ready to answer any question.
Thank you, Chair. First, allow me to thank this committee for seeing it wise to invite me for the vetting process for the position of the County Secretary. And I want to assure this committee that given an opportunity to become a substantive County Secretary, I will not relent in execution of my duties, and I have even taken note of some of the issues that have been observed within the County Public Service so that we can improve on them. The position of the County Secretary, it is central within the county government, not only even for the county executive and county assembly, but also for other external stakeholders. And I assure this committee, so far so good. I would say that I have the interpersonal skills that are required in that office. I've been there. I've been met with all sorts of issues. And sometimes the complexity of that office and the nature of issues that are brought forward to that office have also given me satisfaction and a feeling of contentment that I am working for the people of Kitui County. Sometimes when you are able to sort issues affecting our community and also our employees, it gives me a lot of joy and satisfaction. And public service, being there to provide services to the public, it is my understanding that it is an office that should be seen by the people of Kitui County or even other institution as an office that can be accessed, that an office where one can get solutions of their problems, and I'm willing to provide those services to the people of Kitui County, guided by the provisions of the law, and more specifically, to have a public service that has a positive image that people of Kitui will be proud to associate with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Agnes Kawela Mulewa, the nominee for the position of County Secretary in the County Government of Kitui. We appreciate your feedback and your responses to our questions, which has made us know you better and which will enable us as a committee to make the right recommendation with regards to your approval by the House. We assure you that we shall consider your application, your nomination on merit, and we shall make the necessary recommendation to the House so that as soon as possible. this committee is committed. Before the end of this month, we are committed to finish our work. I know it has been a long delay. You have waited for so long, and I know anxiety is real in some of these positions, but the long delay has been caused by the selection panel, which was not cooperative with the committee. I think I did indicate to you that we wrote to them seeking some clarification, and they declined to offer the clarifications. So we had to use other means, legal means, to get those clarifications. So we had to wait. So I think in the future, that should not happen. And actually the county attorney nominee who was here before us, earlier today, did confirm that the term of the selection panel, and that is the law, as per the County Governments Act, the term of the panel was to end after the appointment is done by the governor. But the chair of the panel wrote to us, indicated that they no longer exist. So they did not offer a clarification to us. So I think that was unfortunate. We became very suspicious of the entire process. But after listening to you and the other nominees, I think some of the suspicion has been cured. So the committee will make the necessary recommendation. We assure you that this committee is comprised of the topmost leadership of this House. We are committed to finish this task as soon as possible, so that if the House approves your nomination, and subsequently the governor appoints you, you begin work immediately, because there is no need for any further delay. So we wish you all the best. We shall, if the committee recommends your approval, of course the committee will engage the other members. And if the House approves you, we shall continue praying for you, so that maybe the governor can appoint. You know, the governor can also choose not to appoint, because the governor is the appointing authority. And I think if you refer to the law, the county secretary can be fired anytime by the governor. Yeah, the governor can dismiss the county secretary anytime. So I believe there's a reason why that law was legislated that way. So we wish you well, and we want to assure you that we shall do our best to ensure that your nomination is considered. Otherwise, thank you very much. That is the end of our interview or vetting, and you can take your original documents so that you don't leave them behind. Yeah, and as you do so, I did see that some of your documents, like in your KCP and your KCSE, I think the documents, the names are not full. I think in the KCP it's Kawela Mulewa, and in other documents we have Agnes. So I think I'm sure you know what to do. So, yeah, with regards to doing an affidavit. Yeah, so if you look at your KCP and your KCSE document, yeah, you know, a name is very important. Maybe as per the KCPE, this is another person. Yeah, so kindly we give you 1 day to provide us with an affidavit to confirm that the documents, all of them, they refer to you. So please deliver that affidavit within 24 hours to the office of the clerk. I think that is not too much to ask for, because we want to ensure that your documentation are proper. Is that okay, Madam Agnes?
Yes, I'm guided, Chair.
Thank you very much, and you may leave at your own pleasure, because we are actually finalizing the session. Maybe you can wait, we leave together. Members of the committee, thank you very much. Members of the public, thank you very much for engaging us, both physically and virtually. And I think the committee will continue doing their work to ensure that this process is concluded. I suggest we break for 10 minutes, committee members, and then we come back so that we can finish the other part of our sitting. But the public and our nominee, you are released. The committee members, let's come back after 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's have a good evening. Asanteni.